cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know. Cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know. Good morning. Get in here and grab a cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know. Get in here and grab a cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know. Good morning. Get in here and grab a cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know. Good morning. Get in here and grab a cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know.
I'm muted. No, I'm not muted. Hey, that only took like 5 seconds for me to figure out that I was muted. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, or wherever your weekend is at. I hope you're having a good weekend and you're getting some well-deserved time off. Salty, welcome in.
Hey, good morning or good afternoon. Yeah.
Wherever people are at, right? We'll meet them where they're at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So how are you today?
I'm good. Yeah, that's I can answer that honestly. I'm good. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm usually good every day.
Right. Sometimes it's a choice. Sometimes you just got to choose to have a good day.
It's always a choice, even when things are crappy at the end of the day, you know. But yeah, I'm good. I can't complain.
Yeah, I wouldn't listen anyway.
I don't usually complain unless it's freezing cold outside.
Yeah. And
Try
it's
not
not
to.
right. It's not right. It's not freezing cold there in the Panhandle.
Nah, it's breezy. Look, complaining all the time drains your energy, man.
And it drains other people's energy too, right? It doesn't just drain yours.
You were energy vampire at that point.
Yes. Like complaining about having a fair trial and you need a new trial.
Well, I won't let Lori Vallow can't steal any of my joy ever.
Nope.
Ever. She has no power here.
I think Kay summed it up very nicely when she commented on Justin's. So Justin posted like minutes before I did, but he posted that her filing on Twitter, and Kay's response to his post was, "She just needs to go away."
Yeah, Gigi posted it on Twitter before Justin ever got the chance to, and Kay commented that she felt like she was in Groundhog Day, and I'm like, that's the way it's always felt with Lori.
Yeah.
So there, yeah. We'll see where it goes.
It's so Tom Evans texted me earlier, and if you're not familiar with Tom, he's juror number 18 from her Idaho triple murder trial.
Yeah.
He texted me earlier. He said something similar happened in that case. So I'm going to have to do some research, but he said it's not going anywhere. She's not getting anywhere with it. So.
Well, it's not the only thing she asked for a new trial for. So when you get through the document, we'll see that that's her top reason that she has listed, but it's not her only reason.
Correct. Yes, it's a lengthy document.
It's a there's multiple things that she has listed, and I think people are going to gloss right over that or miss it completely. And from a legal standpoint, it's worth looking at to see if she does have anything to stand on. If she chooses to continue to lawyer herself, then Lori, sit down. You know, let it happen. Let her hang herself high.
Right. And we will go over that document in a minute. There's another case that I want to touch on real quick that actually happened in the Maricopa County Superior Court that I would have been at if I knew that it was going down, and I just haven't been paying attention. But I want to say welcome in to Beach Bum. Good to see you, Beach Bum. MG, Dizzy, Eliza. Thanks everybody for joining us. Deanna's in here too. Thanks all for joining us. I appreciate that. It's a Saturday afternoon, Saturday morning, depending on where you're at, what time zone you're at. We're kind of straddling that like morning afternoon thing. But in Arizona, I'm on morning time, so I can still call it Morning Joe Schmoe. Grab you a cup of Morning Joe Schmoe today. Let's look at the first plea deal in the case of Preston Lord and the Gilbert Goons. So if you weren't with us when we discussed that case, gosh, that was probably a couple of months ago. There was a teenager that was beaten to death at a Halloween party in Chandler, Arizona. Well, I don't remember what the police department was that responded to it. It was so Chandler, Mesa, Gilbert, they're all kind of like suburbs in the East Valley of Arizona. So like the dividing lines between them all is confusing. They're called the Gilbert Goons because that's where this gang of these juvenile delinquents frequent the most, but they've committed crimes in like all of those areas, Chandler, Mesa, Gilbert. But Preston Lord was a teenager that was beat to death on Halloween. And we went over that case earlier, but so there were 7 co-defendants in the case, and the very first one agreed to a plea deal this last week. So let's watch that. And it's an extended video, so I had the choice to play like a 3-minute video or a 10-minute video. But I think the 10-minute video gets into it a little better. So I'm going to go ahead and play the 10-minute video, and y'all can stop me if you think it's too much, but I didn't think it was when I watched it.
Just hours, justice for the death of 16-year-old Preston Lord could begin as one of the attackers will hear his sentence in court today. Now, this all started back in October of 2023 when Preston Lord was brutally beaten to death.
Is that audio really low for you, Salty?
Oh, just a little bit.
I don't know how to boost it. Like it's on the maximum.
Sometimes you can't. Sometimes with certain news people, it's YouTube, man. You can't control what they, you know what I mean? On their end, if it's a lower audio, there's not a lot you can do about it.
All right, so I'm going to stop talking for like the next 10 minutes and just let this play out so y'all can turn your volume up so you can hear her better and I won't like jump in your ears.
Death outside of a Halloween house party in Queen Creek.
Lord's death exposed a larger issue of teen-on-teen violence across the valley and really shed a light on this hybrid street gang now known as the Gilbert Goons. Everybody was talking about that. So community members, they organized big events. They pushed for new legislation, all in honor of Lord, demanding change and accountability after that murder. 7 people have now been charged. So far, only 1 has pleaded guilty. So all eyes will be on the Maricopa County Superior Court today as people wait to hear that first punishment come down.
12 News journalist Troy Lynch joins us now live outside of the courthouse. Troy, tell us a little bit more about the teen expected in court today, because like Justin mentioned, a lot of people are going to be watching this, and then some of the other teens charged might make some decisions differently after seeing what happens today.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, so many people ever since Preston Lord died back in October of 2023 have been waiting for justice to be served, and they're hoping that today is just the first domino that falls and knocks down all the other dominoes right now. But William Owen Hines, he's a 19-year-old. He was 17 at the time of the attack. He is due in court later today to learn his sentencing. Now, he's facing 10.5 to 21 years in prison. Hines was the first of the group known as the Gilbert Goons who was accused of attacking Preston. He's making a plea deal. He pleaded guilty to manslaughter. It's a reduced charge in his role in Preston's death. However, the deal was made as he also pleaded guilty to 3 other unrelated aggravated assault charges. Now, Preston was killed at a Queen Creek Halloween party in October of 2023, and early in the investigation, a police report showed Hines admitting to kicking Preston, saying, quote, "I was drunk, heat of the moment. I kicked him one time and I kicked his leg," end quote. Now, he and 6 other teens and young adults were arrested 5 months after Preston's death, all charged with first-degree murder. Now, when Hines pleaded guilty to his manslaughter charge at a settlement conference, Preston Lord's family was in court and had this to say.
To say we miss our son is an understatement. Preston was our world, and now we are left to face an unimaginable future without him. Today is incredibly difficult for us. We would rather be anywhere than here, confronting one of 7 defendants responsible for our precious son's death. That said, accountability is crucial. This defendant must answer for his actions, and we believe the plea agreement is appropriate in this case.
Now, the family, we assume, hoping that other plea agreements are going to be coming. 2 more defendants in this case, Jacob Meisner and Taylor Sherman, now have settlement conferences scheduled for the end of this month. And 12 News asked the county attorney about that, and she declined comment on plea negotiations, adding that they may or may not result in a plea. Now, back to Hines. He is supposed to be having his sentencing hearing later today at 1 o'clock, and we're expecting it to last a couple of hours because there are supposed to be a few different victims' statements. We're live here in Phoenix. Troy Lynch, 12 News, Today in AZ.
Troy, thank you so much. Now, to give us more legal insight into what's expected to happen today with Hines' sentencing, we have criminal defense attorney Adam Ashby. Adam, thank you so much for coming back with us and talking more about specifically this case, because I know you know a lot about the Gilbert Goons and this case as a whole. When you look at what's happening today, why do we take the plea deal? Why do we not go to trial? Why that decision for Hines and for some of these other people who are going to be charged too?
Yeah, that's a good question. As we know, all of these accused have been charged with felony murder, first-degree murder. The consequences essentially are 25 years to life. If you go to trial and lose, you could be looking at a life sentence. Rachel Mitchell in the county attorney's office has taken death penalty off the table, but life in prison is still a possibility. So taking a plea agreement, I mean, that's the way our system works, right? Is if we can come to a resolution where everyone can live with it, that's the way that the system works, to give people an opportunity to receive mercy and to kind of lock in their sentence and not have the likelihood of serving life in prison.
So what this gang affiliation, the Gilbert Goons, and I know that they were trying to get this classified as a gang. And so does that change anything as far as the punishment goes? Because they did classify it as a gang.
Yeah, they did classify it as a gang, but however, they were not able to bring gang charges against them. They said that there was not enough evidence to do so due to the fact that they weren't an affiliated gang, but rather what they classified as a hybrid gang. Both are still classified as gangs, but they're not able to bring gang charges, which could bring harsher sentences, mandatory prison time outside of just the 25 years to life.
If you're one of the other 6 charged in this case, what are you looking at today specifically?
Yeah, how the judge responds. So the judge has all the power today. In the manslaughter charge that Mr. Hines pled guilty to today, he's looking at 10.5 years to 21 years. That's
And what did he had to agree to something, and what was it exactly that he admitted to?
So he agreed to recklessly or intentionally being part of the killing of Preston Lord.
Okay.
And so the judge then has the opportunity to either sentence him to 21 years or as little as 10.5 years, which still isn't little.
No.
I mean, that's still a decade in prison.
Right.
But that he has the opportunity to pick a date. And if he is very harsh and gives him 18, 21 years, that may deter the others from taking a plea deal and thinking, you know what, I'm going to get 25 years to life if I go to trial, or I'm going to get 21 years if I don't.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Why do you think this case got so much attention? You know, I mean, we've had other teen on teen.
I'm just going to pause it there for a second, just because that's a really good point that we don't think about a lot, or I don't think about a lot. You have multiple co-defendants, 7 in this case, and one of them took a plea deal for like 10 to 20, I think they said. But if the judge sentences him to the higher end of that, that may discourage the other co-defendants from taking a plea deal. So yeah, that's a tough thing to consider. If you're the judge, do you consider that at all, or do you just look at the mitigating circumstances? And
You have to do. You have. That's why the cases are severed. Otherwise, they would be all tried together. For fair trial purposes, I can see what already happened. They severed them. Are they all being tried separate? Then that's what I'm taking away from this. And then if the others don't choose to take a plea bargain, they will choose to go to trial, where the punishment could be much stiffer.
Violence here in the Valley. We've had a couple of cases just recently that were caught on camera. We had one up in North Phoenix. We had one at Lake Pleasant, all caught on camera. Those 2 people, they lived. But why there was such outcry on this one? What was so different about this one?
Yeah, honestly, I think the main difference here is that in this city, we arguably live in the safest city in the country. Right. It's been voted as one of the safest places to live in the country. And so having this many teens participating in such violent acts in the safest place in the country, it really caused people to think, are we really even safe? Are our teens safe going to schools? Are our teens safe going to these parties and having the friends that they're associating with? We're not known as a place that has cartels or drug gangs or people on the street doing things like this, right? This is Gilbert, Arizona. And so it kind of shocked the system and made people question whether or not this is even a safe place.
So I wanted to ask as well, because I know there are a lot of people that came forward, these community events. We even had some.
So there's a good point that he just made. I'm probably going to replay that just for a second, because I actually met somebody when I went to opening day of Lori Vallow Daybell's trial that had an experience with the Gilbert Goons. So I want to play this once again. And it's totally separate case from Lori, right? Totally separate, different years, different times, different area, slightly, but not completely separate area, because I believe the Gilbert PD will be coming into play in Brandon Boudreaux's trial. Well, it's Lori's trial for the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. So Gilbert PD will be coming into trial in June.
To ask as well, because I know there are a lot of people that came forward, these community events. We even had some folks trying to ban.
Did I not go back far enough? I didn't go back far enough.
And
this is Gilbert, Arizona. And so it kind of shocked the system and made people question whether or not this is even a safe place.
So
that's the point I was trying to make. This is Gilbert, Arizona. So Gilbert Mesa Chandler is very heavily populated with LDS, with Mormons. But the gentleman that I spoke to, and I still regret not getting his contact information because he would have been a great interview. He was wearing a Justice for Preston Lord bracelet, just like my Justice for JJ Charles and Tylee bracelet, except it was Justice for Preston Lord. And he said that whole community has known that the Gilbert Goons have been a problem for a while, and the Gilbert police and the other surrounding areas have basically ignored it for a long time. And that may have been a contributing factor in it going from just like punks doing punk things to a fatality and Preston Lord losing his life.
I wanted to ask as well, because I know there are a lot of people that came forward, these community events. We even had some folks trying to ban brass knuckles.
Yes.
You know, and so the cities are doing it. You have Chandler, Gilbert, you know, that are going in and banning brass knuckles, trying to like curb some of this stuff. But then you can't even get the state legislature on board. It was denied twice statewide. So I guess, how do you move forward and really combating this when you can't even get state legislators on board?
Yeah, it's a tough thing, right? To get a bill passed is tough. We know that that is a thing, but to counteract that, I know that people are really pushing the ability to make swarming laws more of a thing, right? It may not be brass knuckles, but the state of Arizona is really trying to push the ability to make, if more teens or more people are involved in group assaults or group-like events, they want to make it easier to punish these people with gang-like offenses. And they're calling it the Preston Law. They're calling it the swarming law. They're offering these, looking to try to pass this legislation in order to make this more harsh, right? And that's the same principle as banning these types of instruments or enhancing sentencing ranges. And so I hope that that is going to establish the same culpability or the same sentences.
Everyone looks at this case and it really is shocking. A 16-year-old who had barely any skin in the game, and it seemed random. It's awful. It's awful. It is every parent's worst nightmare.
Yeah.
Something really interesting is that this has actually prompted you to go speak to different youth groups about what we should take away from this case, particularly about choices and consequences. What do you say to parents and to kids who are teenagers and who are watching this, terrified that something like this could happen? What are some of the things that you've been saying?
Yeah, we're talking about people with underdeveloped brains, right? We're 15 to 18-year-olds, even up to 21-year-old young adults or kids that are making life-altering choices. They don't fully understand the consequences to their actions. I've been going around the East Valley trying to just educate that the law is written in pen and not in pencil, right? It is in permanent marker. Something like this can bring harsh consequences that will follow you for the rest of your life. And you make or affiliate yourself with any group that encourages any sort of main criminal behavior, the consequences could be just as severe for you, like in Mr. Hines' case, where he delivered one kick, right? And not 50 or 60, or not to the face, or not using brass knuckles, or not using a bat, right? But one kick can carry a punishment up to 21 years in prison.
That is a great point. That's a great point. And Salty, when you talk about having talks with your kids, I think like this guy talking to teenagers, I think like what he just said is pretty impactful.
I talk to my son about stuff like that. Because a lot of times kids who say they get in my kid never gets in fights, but say, you know, things get sideways one weekend. Somebody says something out of pocket. Somebody wants to, I don't think kids realize what they can do to somebody else with one blow, even, you know what I mean? Not meaning to, not intentional, don't get me wrong. And it could devastate their entire future. And we had a kid who unfortunately passed away like 2 years ago. They were being boys, and it had rained a lot and flooded, and they were near the downtown area and decided it would be cool to tie an inner tube to the back of the truck on a long rope and joyride around town. And one of them didn't make it. He suffered a fatal accident. The other kid was charged. So there's a lot of good talking points, I think, with young people that come up with some of these, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That involve young people.
And I appreciate the fact that this news program, you know, Channel 12 is bringing it out and asking this guy, hey, what are you talking to teenagers about? And I think he's saying some good things. He is.
You need to, because these are realities they're faced with. If no one talks to them about this type of stuff, where are they going to learn the tools to handle these types of things, right? And so I always just kind of open a door for a conversation with my kid whenever I can.
If he's a male, he's not always receptive to those open doors.
No, he's usually he listens. My kid, like he's pretty smart. We talk about he's always been a good talker. He's always understood things far beyond what my other kids understood at that age. So I'm lucky with this one. My other one, total hardhead, don't get me wrong. This one I've been lucky so far. He's a little stubborn, but he's listening.
That's the type of consequences that I'm trying to educate this youth on, of saying, you participate in big boy crimes, you're going to have big boy consequences.
And they just don't understand that you're at a house party and this just gets out of control. And then the cell phones that are involved, Snapchat, the videos, people sharing those videos, the consequences to those actions. I'm hoping that after this horrific case, that people can now pull from that and do things differently.
Yeah, me too.
Wow, what a story.
It's interesting, the swarming law, that's what they're calling it. Yeah.
Well, and you need to.
Yeah.
You need to, and you need to make it so clear to people that when you jump in, even if you're a bystander, you do hold some accountability there too.
Absolutely. The ability to communicate with thousands of people within seconds, to have people in a certain area saying this is what we're going to do within seconds, and then jumping on one person on the ground or one victim, it needs to bring harsher penalties for sure.
It's going to be really interesting to see what happens in court today, because again, there's 6 other people who need to be charged in this case. And so whatever the judge decides, that's going to make some big changes. All right, Adam, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Right. And I think Dizzy, I couldn't find the video, but I think Dizzy may know the results of that plea agreement.
Oh, yeah. I saw a couple comments. She seems to know quite a bit about it. It's one of those that I just kind of followed in the news. You know what I mean? I never deep dove it. I just followed it on the news. There's some local channels if there's a case that interests me, I can watch their local news on YouTube. You know what I mean? And that's usually how I follow some cases that I don't follow myself online, or live. But it's always been a crazy case there with a lot of players, moving parts.
Right. Speaking of crazy cases with moving parts, Trace on the case is in the house. Hey, Trace, good to see you in here. Thanks for coming in. Thank you for modding, as always. But another case with lots of moving parts. Let me unshare that, stop that screen. Actually, may have actually just been able to fast forward to the next one. No. All right. Give me a minute here, folks.
You're good.
All right. So
you got 12 years for Preston and 5 for the other unrelated crimes. That's what Madeline says Dizzy said earlier in the chat. Thank you, guys.
Trace may know that too, because the other crimes, I think the victim of one of those other crimes may have shown up in court for this sentencing. Yes, look at Trace's. Okay, I can do that.
I see it.
I have control. I can show that.
Yeah, you do have control.
You got to remind me.
I'm assuming you do. Damn. I might be asking a lot. So, look, dude, I had so much fun last night. Didn't you have fun?
Oh my God, that was fun.
Starting to wind down toward the end there, but I was having fun.
Yep.
It was a good break.
I was definitely showing my age. I'm like, y'all better be ending this soon, or I'm gonna be sawing logs live.
It was so fun, though. I mean, because I'm usually up late anyway, but I was starting to get to a point where I was like, I'm not used to this actually. So, but I had a good time. It was fun to get with you guys and just cut loose and just do us and laugh. You know what I mean? The laughing and the cut. No, it was a good time though.
It was. We cover so much serious material. You gotta cut away. You gotta cut away and have a good time.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Especially when you get to hang with the same people that you do that with, it's made it more fun.
Absolutely.
Shorty is a blast. You can't go wrong with Miss Shorty. I mean, come on. If she's in the house, you're gonna have fun.
You're gonna laugh at least once or twice or 100 times.
Thank you guys. So all of you that tuned in over there last night. We were over at Publicly Buzzed, guesting over there on his show last night. So along with Miss Shorty. So we had a great time over there. And thank you all for the ones who came out and hung out for a little while over there on the Kick app. Yeah, that's where we were at watching a movie. But so yeah, Joe, it was this morning. It was like I was like, I'm so glad haven't obligated myself to be online yet or got anything to go do or go anywhere, because I woke up my usual time, but I heard thunder off in the distance. So I thought, how far off? I sat and wondered, you know what I mean, kind of thing. And I thought, you know what? I'm not getting up. I'm just going to lay here and let it rain. And went back to sleep.
Right.
It felt good. It felt good. Oh, Akasha was there last night. I saw you in chat. We were having a blast, weren't we? That crazy movie, y'all. Oh my God. Joe, that movie was insane.
A zombie fighting a shark on the bottom of the ocean.
That shit was epic, wasn't it?
Never seen that before.
My biggest shocker is still that this zombie just shows up in the water and, you know, he's just chilling, walking around underneath the water down there. I assume he's the one that fell off the ghost ship in the beginning.
All assumptions are on the table.
Their storyline lost me, but that's what I think in my head, so I'm sticking to that. He's the original zombie that fell off the ghost ship, and in the end, there he was trolling down there under the water.
There you go.
But
fighting sharks.
Fighting sharks, y'all.
That was a real great white. Like that.
That's what you guys were saying. I'm still like, I don't know if I can get there yet without some kind of presentation. Because who in the heck in their right mind, I don't care how much you pay them, is going to voluntarily fight a real great white? How do you get the great white to cooperate to begin with? Like, this guy's just going to grab you, okay? Don't do anything. No, I'm not buying it.
Well, right, and you're just going to put him down on the bottom of the ocean without any scuba gear or anything. He's just standing on the bottom of the ocean waiting for a shark to swim by so he can.
You know, that guy's not just standing down there with no gear on, right?
Where's Steve at?
It was like
we need him
5-minute clip.
It. Yeah,
I know. We got to put him on the witness stand, Joe.
We do.
we have questions. We have questions about this story you've told us. It can be all one big conspiracy for all we know. Eliza says that Lori would for the camera time. She'd fight a shark at the bottom of the ocean.
But would she become a zombie first? Would she become a zombie first? Her version.
No, not Lori. She's she's the ultimate being, so she would never be a zombie.
Yes, she's exalted. She could.
Yeah, that's that word y'all keep using. That's what she is. Yeah, she'd come out there and fight off that zombie.
She would, or she'd just let the shark eat him. Maybe
she'd stand there and watch the shark eat him and say, "I wish I'd have thought of that one." Stupid lady.
Speaking
this lady, Lordy have mercy.
So
somebody give that lady a law book.
What was that? What was the phrase that that Josh Ritter's guest Scott used? Lori learns to be a lawyer, or Lori learns
Lori learns to lawyer.
It didn't work out like she thought it would.
Well, it didn't, because they were able to land a few things, the prosecution was, and Lori made some blunders. Still don't think she would have got anywhere with it. I don't even think an actual attorney would have gotten her off. Do you know what I mean? It just wasn't going to land. And the juror had some skeptical questions, like pretty important ones, like where was Tylee, and things of that nature. That it was interesting to me to watch. Take away juror 15, but even to watch Tasha talk to come to see what got them there. Do you know what I mean? That part is what I wanted to see. Old neighbor guy hooping and hollering about everything was just like, shut up, dude. But look what happened. But you got somebody that was able to come out and speak about it in the right way and answer the questions about how they got there, because that's important. It all is based on what a jury thinks at the end of the day. And to understand what helps them understand a case and gets them there, I think is don't think the prosecutors don't talk to jurors and, get all this information and use it going forward in other cases. So I think that even with a good paid attorney, she probably wouldn't have won. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And
So I don't
well,
know if
and
these new
here's the
things
thing about
happen or
juror
not, but
number
yeah.
well, here's the thing about juror number 15
Mm-hmm.
talking and being basically an idiot, saying either he misspoke, or he lied before, or he lied after, or he didn't follow
Right.
the judge's admonition. So, but the thing about him doing this and getting all of the attention, and him being specifically called out in her court filing that we're going to look at in a minute, is that all of the other jurors have shut up. They're like, we're not talking to
Well,
anybody.
well, that's because of right now what's happened. They
Yeah,
understand the weight
exactly.
of it, but they may come back later. I don't care if they talk or not, honestly. The only ones that spoke were those two ladies and him. We had 3.
Right.
They
Yes.
were only going to make their rounds for a certain amount of time. Then they were just going to be, YouTube would have kept bringing them back if they could, as long as they're willing to come talk. There's nothing wrong with that, but eventually it will settle down. It's going to, it'll be just another case eventually. But I think they've probably taken a step back because of him, and they know there's an investigation now. So now they got to
That's
talk to
exactly
each
my
one of these
point.
jurors.
Yep.
They're not going to talk to just him, because the ladies have already stated, even before they were aware of his comment that he made over there on the side, they had no clue about any of that stuff. Like, he didn't find out and then go into the juror room and tell them all about it. Because I don't believe they were lying to me when they were like, because they didn't know about his statement at that point, right? So they knew nothing about Lori's past, just like they were not supposed to know. Even Tasha, whose grandma knew things, put the brakes on that whole conversation. She did the right thing, her and her grandmother. So I know common sense would tell me they're speaking to all of the jurors. Did he ever say anything along the way, or whatever their questions may be to them? They're going to drill him about, did you know anything? And let me see, are they going to look at his device to see if he did any searches? I don't know how far they'll go. I don't know how they investigate that, honestly. They may ask to search his phone to look to see if he looked for anything, but all they
Oh
got's
no,
his word.
they're gonna
What?
need Syray to do an extraction on his phone.
Well, they can go get, interesting statement, by the way, but somebody else I just learned that I had no clue was an IT guy. It blew me away. I'm like, wait a minute. There was deleted messages where, on whose phone, and her husband does what? Anyway, that's a whole other rabbit hole, Joe. Go get
That
me.
is.
See, you got my thoughts sidetracked. But no, I don't. So I don't know. I think the outcome would have been the same. I don't know. They're going to talk to these jurors, and they're going to see that nobody knew anything except for possibly that guy. And then how would they prove he knew anything other than a
Well, he
messed up
said it.
statement?
He said he did.
I
Right.
know.
Exactly. Is the statement accurate, or is it
But
not? And is there a way to prove it one way or the other?
if they can't prove it, they're going to say he misspoke. How do you call the man a liar? We heard what you said, so you got to be lying.
Well,
You know what I mean?
The judge didn't question him, so he's been called before the judge 3 times already.
Will they take that into account? Will Lori take that into account on her little I need a new trial thing? If I'm her attorney, we're taking note of that, ma'am.
Right.
Because we got a problematic juror from the beginning.
And that's what I've said all along. Juror 15 is a problem.
Well, he's a real big problem now.
Yeah, he is a bigger problem. He is.
I mean, just because it takes up the energy that it's going to take to deal with it. You know what I mean? So we sit here and say, well, it's not going to go anywhere, but even if we believe it won't go anywhere, there's still...
Like, he can come on with his attorney. Carl, come on with your attorney. Like, I'll pay. Yeah, I'll pay like the $250 for. I'll pay the $250 for an hour for him to come.
Dude, you gonna pay someone to come tell you something?
No, probably not.
Then I don't trust
I'm being facetious.
I know you are, but I'm just saying, I don't get. He can not say another word for the rest of his life, as far as I'm concerned.
And Kay
because
feels the same way.
All they've done is interrupted and disrupted justice for Charles Vallow. That's all this juror did with his bizarre statement and his nosing around.
but it
So
wasn't just
thank you,
one
Juror
time.
15.
My point is, it just wasn't one time. He was called before the judge 3
I
separate
know.
times,
I not
and
exactly.
I had my own encounter with him a 4th time,
I
plus this
remember you
5th time.
told me about that. I mean, Joe, don't let the guy take up that much headspace, man. You know,
Yep.
let the lawyers deal with him and let the chips fall where they may. It just sucks because the case was over and done, you know, and this
It
guy has to
was.
say some weird stuff that might mess it. It's not the first time jurors come out and things come out about jurors after a major trial. It is not the first time. And I doubt it will be the last, honestly. That's why we're so picky with jurors, you know, and sequestrers and things like that, and making sure that they don't interact with the public at any point in time. And so much that
But
has to go into it.
they didn't
I
sequester
know.
them. They didn't separate them at all.
I know. Well, sequestering doesn't occur in every case, right? That's not
No,
a
and it doesn't have
given.
to. It doesn't have
And
to,
it
but you
does
can at
exactly.
least make an
But
effort to separate them.
I agree with that. So maybe you need to write a note in their suggestion box. You know what I mean? Like your
I
lunch, your
missed the
cafeteria is a
suggestion
little
box.
small here. Those jurors were annoying me because they were close by. I don't know. They do got to get better at some of it. Even like
They do.
keeping the jurors secure when they're going in and out of the courtroom. We saw that stuff in Delphi. You know what I mean. So there's a lot to think about when you think about these things. But this guy could have really put just a stall on justice for Charles. We'll call it a stall tactic for Lori, but it's not going to get her conviction overturned unless she believes this is God's way of showing her that exoneration's on its way. There's that too. You got to consider that.
All right.
Welcome
So
to the
this
world of
filing,
lawyer Lori.
right. This filing was recorded on the 29th, but it was actually dated the 25th. So this is 3 days after trial. This is a minute entry from the court. The court received an email on April 24th, 2025, so 2 days after the verdict, forwarded from a court employee who was contacted about a video of a juror's post-verdict juror interview. Doesn't say juror 15 in there anywhere, which can be viewed starting at approximately 6 hours and 1 minute in. So this is Fox 10. So 6 hours in, Fox 10 was on a verdict watch, and Justin Lund was back in his studio watching this, and so we got the verdict like five and a half hours in, right? And this was from 6 minutes in, and this is the part that I clipped and I put on mine. We'll see that in a second. We'll see my clip in a second, but let's watch just a couple minutes of this real quick. Got to get to StreamYard. I got to stop the screen. Got to share the screen. Share screen. Guilty. Here we go. This is Fox 10's 7-hour verdict watch on April 22nd.
Oh, goodness, man.
And let's go 6 minutes. Let's go 6 minutes or 6 hours in. It says it starts approximately 6 hours and 1 minute in. Here we go. That's juror number 15. But he doesn't call him out as juror number 15.
It was brought up. Taylor, what are your thoughts hearing that? It's fascinating every time we hear from a juror, but just fresh out of the verdict reading.
I mean, it's kind of what we've all thought and talked about from the beginning, you know, the lack of emotion, the just kind of nonchalant behavior, you know, it doesn't matter.
Oh, no, he did not just mention nonchalant. We can't go down.
They must like that word in Arizona.
They love it. It's been mentioned at least 20 times in this trial. At least
I've
20.
heard it more. I've heard it more during Lori Vallow's stuff than ever.
No matter what kind of emotions Lori tried to inject during the trial, it's those body cam footage, it's the interview footage right after, you know, the death of her husband. It speaks louder than anything. You know, she can't manipulate her way. She can't try to explain her way out of that. You know, like I said earlier, that to me shows premeditation, like Natasha just touched on. It was like, you know, she already knew what happened when she got back to the scene because that was part of the plan.
Now, I think she's still talking. So, oh, okay, never mind. I wanted some more. I wanted a little bit more, but we'll see what the feed brings in later. Obviously, camera crews are out there, reporters, and just a live look right now. Robert, Rem 14 outside the courthouse, just outside the steps there. We are waiting to hear from family members. I know Kay Woodcock has told me that she wants to speak to the media briefly. This is a big weight off her shoulders, fighting for justice for Charles. But you guys know this.
Wait. You can see me up in the top left corner of that because I'm dressed all in black, which is really, really stupid for...
You had your Johnny Cash look going on that day.
Right? You can see me up in the top left corner.
It was brought up. Taylor, what are your thoughts hearing that? It's fascinating every time we hear from a juror, but just fresh out of the verdict reading.
I mean, it's kind of, you know, she already knew what happened when she got back to the scene because that was part of the plan.
Now, I think she's still talking. So, oh, okay, never mind. I wanted some more. I wanted a little bit more, but we'll see what the feed brings in later. Obviously, camera crews are out there, reporters, and just a live look right now. Robert, Rem 14 outside the courthouse, just outside the steps there. We are waiting to hear from...
You're going to see some
family members. I know Kay Woodcock has told me that she wants to speak to the media briefly.
This
is a big weight off her shoulders, fighting for justice for Charles. But
okay,
you guys know this. Not only was she fighting for Charles, but she was fighting for JJ and Tylee. But I think specifically JJ, you have this grandmother, biological grandmother, who trusted Lori Vallow Daybell, of course, trusted her brother Charles to adopt him and take him in. Okay, it looks like we have another juror. Let's go to Rem 13.
Here's juror number 15.
When you went into deliberation, were you still unsure?
Well, I was unsure up until yesterday, really. And then through deliberation, I mean, that's the whole purpose of it is, you know, to bring out the evidence and talk about every facet of it that we can understand. So, yeah, that's yesterday I was still on the fence.
Was it just maybe the magnitude of how big this decision was, or maybe the lack of evidence, the missing pieces?
So just for some kind of background, like why Joe Schmoe isn't over there sticking a camera in this guy's face. So once these 3 jurors left the courthouse, all the media and the reporters went chasing after them, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. I may have to get more bold. I may have to get more bold in the future, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it here.
Dude, that's what they do for a living. That's literally their job.
We got some good. We got some good video footage though of juror number 15, and the other 2 also.
What was it?
For me, it was, where is the proof of conspiracy? You know, I mean, the bullet's over there, the bat's over there, there's a hole there. You know, none of that has anything to do with conspiracy. It has everything to do with Alex shot him. All right, so my big thing was, if you're going to say something, how does that go along with the conspiracy to commit murder? That was my big thing. And like I said, it was the text that threw me.
Was there a specific text message?
There were 2 specific ones, but I'm not sure I should talk about them.
Yeah. And because we've
why won't he talk about those 2 texts that turned that changed his mind? Like,
I don't know why he says I don't think I'm supposed to talk about that, or I don't think I can. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I think he's confused. Okay, looking at his face right here, which I didn't get this close of a close picture of him during the trial. What would you guess his age to be?
Oh, if I just looked at him right now for the first time ever and looked at him, probably about 62.
All right. I said 60 to 65, so we're right there on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
And if I went back and looked in my notes from jury selection, I probably would have a more accurate number for him. But I didn't know at that time in jury selection, I should be taking like detailed notes on every single juror because they had like 55 of them, and am I going to write their age and their job
Okay,
down?
do you want, well, their name and their job is about all I need. Or I would actually not even from jurors. And I'll tell you how I feel that way. Witnesses, I want their name and I want their occupation or relationship to our victim's defendant, whatever's going on here. As far as jurors go, if they want to come out and tell us their name, they can. I honestly don't need to know anything else about them because they get a lot of this. And I don't mind jurors coming out and talking because it's very interesting to listen to a good juror come out and talk. But people will also harass them at the same time if their decision wasn't what I thought it should be. Do you know what I mean? So I'm careful with that kind of information. That's just me. That's just me personally.
Hey, Justice.
If they come out, put their name out, that's different. I'll go with what they've put out themselves publicly. If it's the first name, I'll go with that.
They did. The three of them, I think, did. The one gal actually gave her full name. And
if they come out and do it, that's one thing. But
right.
You know what I mean? Then I will address them, whatever they came out and said. Themselves.
I'm not going to dox them, though. Yeah, I'm not going to dox them.
No, I mean, it's not real. I don't even look at words, that doxing that goes on so much in the YouTube streets. But because they're jurors, I'm particular with their information if I know it. I just call them whatever their number is until they come out and tell me their name or whatever. Do you know what I mean? I don't like to put a light on that part of them. Because I know people are cruel. They'll go find their Facebooks, their Instagrams, and they'll stalk this shit out of them, let's be honest.
They even do from people that don't go in the public eye, like other content.
I know.
Creators. Yeah.
I know, trust me.
You know more than me.
I'm trying to tell you, be careful on these YouTube streets. Y'all think I promise you I'm not just saying it to be saying it.
We've seen, a lot of this evidence too. Does that make that any different for you or no?
Can you tell me what evidence you saw on?
Hold up. That was Lauren's producer behind him that just walked behind him. We got to watch that again.
Okay.
Gosh darn it, I forget her name every time I see her.
I can't remember her name. It's just been around for a little minute.
Grayson. Her name is Grayson. Hi, Grayson. I just want to give you a shout out and say, hey, Grayson. Because I forget every time I see her in person.
Yesterday, really. And then through deliberation, I mean, that's the whole purpose of it is, to bring out the evidence and talk about every facet of it that we can understand. So, yeah, that's yesterday I was still on the fence.
Was it just maybe the magnitude of how big this decision was, or maybe the lack of evidence, the missing pieces? What was it?
For me, it was. Where is the proof of conspiracy? I mean, the bullets over there, the bats over there, there's a hole there, none of that has anything to do with
those are actually reasonable thoughts for a juror, like to question that. Like, what does that have to do with conspiracy?
My big thing was, if you're going to say something, how does that...
You had to question the conspiracy because that was the whole thing.
How does that go along with the conspiracy to commit murder? That was my big thing. And like I said, it was the text that threw me.
It was Grayson. Grayson's going around behind him. She disappeared for a second.
Yeah. And because we've seen, a lot of this evidence too. Does that make
That's Grayson.
Any different for you or no?
I think.
Can you tell me what evidence you saw on the text messages? There was one that had something to do with insurance. That was one of them. And the other one was.
So he points out the life insurance thing on the text message, but if you notice, he's kind of like foggy about the specifics of the text message. Like I remember in very detailed fashion, and I'm sure several other jurors do, exactly what that text message said when she texted Chad. That he changed it. He changed it back in, what was it, February or March? Whenever he changed it.
I think when from listening to Tasha speak and just studying what she's told me alone, which is I love the way she speaks, right? Because she gets it right. With him being one of the holdouts, one of the holdouts, not the only one. There was at least two. And they helped, and she said they helped them go back through the text messages and other things that substantiated what they thought were the conspiracy. That's what helped him also get there. And I think that's why he brings those up. And he doesn't know them, like you said. He doesn't know them as well as, say, Tasha would, because she was paying attention. He's over here getting in trouble all the whole time. So they're like, look, dude, sit down. Let us show you the evidence one more time. And then
Get off your phone for half a minute,
yeah,
dude.
we'll see
Get
if
off
you
your
can
phone.
get there with the rest of us, right? So I think that may have just been some of the stuff that they were pointing out to him to show the conspiracy plan. Or
I'm
that
down with that.
a
And that's the way a
conspiracy
jury should
existed.
work, right?
That's
That's the way a
right.
jury should
That's the
work.
whole
Yeah.
point. Because, and like I said, you can get two jurors side by side and show them the same piece of evidence. Are they going to see it the same? You cannot guarantee they are. There you go. Why we have so many jurors on a jury from all different walks of life and backgrounds. They try to balance it. That's why jury selection should be a process and not a hurried up Lori deal, because she didn't know what she was doing as far as her jury selection
3
goes.
hours.
You
Judge
know,
Bresky had this jury seated in 3 hours after
I
they
know.
brought.
It usually takes days, it could take longer depending on how good your defense and prosecution teams are. They've been battling juror questionnaires in Idaho for a year, and we're not even near trial yet. So it's a huge deal, right? So it's crazy what they end up, how they work, and how they helped him get there is good, because they're all able to get in there and debate the evidence. That's what it's all comes down to in the end. They're going to get in there and rehash all that evidence. And Lori wants us to watch this whole video. Okay, let's watch that whole video. Oh, look, she had on shoes the whole time. Just another red flag or another check box they can check off. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
That's all that was for Lori. So yay, lawyer Lori.
She might have landed 1 out of 100.
She might have done Charles the best justice he could have had by repping herself, and Charles knows it.
Yeah.
So I never got mad at Lori for being Lori's own lawyer. I'm like, oh, okay, girl, checkmate. I see you. You go for it. And if Juror 15 hadn't nosed around in the business, we wouldn't be here now with him.
Exactly. Thank you. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with the Fox 10. It has nothing to do with anything.
No, I mean, I told you when it happened, you can believe we weren't the only ones sitting there reacting to that.
Well, you can hear the cameraman. You can hear the Fox 10 cameraman say, "What did he just say?" Listen to this, guys, because after
I know you can hear it.
Yes, he says, "What did he just say?"
No, Joe does.
Basically,
is that in this part? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
It's at the end of this. Yes.
Yeah.
The Nephi thing. So.
Now that you know that so many people that were talked about in this case are dead, did you know that originally, or that's what you're?
I had never heard of Lori Daybell before I got picked for this jury. I've never, because I watch Fox News, but I don't watch Fox News 10. I watch Fox News.
The heck does that mean? I watch Fox
what that
News,
means
but I
is
watch
okay.
Fox.
What I took that to mean. Here's what I took it to mean. We got a lot of Fox News, the national news, right? Network, Fox Nation, whatever the hell they call their network. Then you got all these local Fox affiliates. He's separating those two right there. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like CNN versus, it's a whole other network for Fox News versus the local Fox networks. They're dotted all over every town. Every town's got a Fox News, local news at 10, local news at 6 p.m. with whoever, versus that national network. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? And
It's
I think
like
that's what he was talking about.
Yeah,
So
me
listen,
too.
Yeah, listen to what he says, and you can almost tell that's what he meant.
Different shows that are on, but I don't watch NBC or CBS or anything like that. So I didn't know. No, I had no idea of any.
Now, when you're realizing the magnitude of this case, what's kind of
Yeah, I don't watch CBS or NBC or any of that. Right.
Yeah,
So
those fake news networks.
Right.
We don't watch those fake news networks. We watch Fox.
Right. Because
Okay.
Fox is the only real one. All right.
Yeah, they don't lie. So that tells me
That's
a little
good
bit more
news.
about him and his personality.
Wow. That's all I can say. Just it's huge.
Yeah. Do you remember your reaction learning that she has been convicted?
So he's chewing that. It looks like he's chewing gum like the entire trial. Is he chewing gum, or is like he doing something else, like some other kind of habit? It looks like gum to me, and I chew gum all the time, so I'm not judging him for that, but I'm trying to figure out what's going on with his mouth motions and all of this, because he did it in trial too. He did it while the judge was calling him back to talk about his phone usage.
Okay, hang on a sec.
All right, yeah.
Unless-
I'll just back up like 30 seconds so you can see what's going on with his mouth. Like it looks like he's chewing gum.
Beach bum, I walked into the shed, hun. I just saw your comment and I thought about it. And I was like, wait a minute. The wind chime is blowing. It is kind of breezy out here. Sorry if y'all could hear all my windy noise in the background. Joe, you couldn't hear it, I guess.
I heard it, but I'm down with wind chimes, so I'll let them go all day long.
I know my wind chime was nice today. It's doing its little thing out there. But I came in here with the phone, so it's not noisy. That's not cool.
Sure, up until yesterday, really. And then through deliberation, I mean, that's the whole purpose of it, is, to bring out the evidence and talk about every facet of it that we can understand. So, yeah, that's yesterday I was still on the fence.
Yeah. Was it just maybe the magnitude of how big this decision was?
See what he's doing with his mouth? What is that?
Evidence, the missing pieces, what was it?
For me, it was, where is the proof of conspiracy?
Looks like a bad habit.
I mean, the bullet's over there, the bat's over there, there's a hole there, none of that has anything to do with conspiracy. It has everything to do with Alex shot him. All right. So my big thing was, if you're going to say something, how does that go along with the conspiracy to commit murder?
Exactly,
that was
that's
my big
true.
thing. And like I said, it was the text that threw me.
Was there a specific text message?
There were two specific ones, but I'm not sure I should talk about them.
Yeah. And because we've seen, a lot of this evidence too.
He's not sure if he could talk about the evidence.
Can you tell me what evidence you saw on the text messages? There was one that had something to do with insurance. That was one of them. And the other one was basically the Nephi thing. So,
See,
now that you know that so many people that were
yeah, so that's something that I didn't necessarily agree with as a former Mormon. Agree with Trina K presenting, but he's not the only one that mentioned that, because
as a former
girl did
Mormon,
too.
that's an interesting statement you just made. I want to go back to that real quick. As
Sure.
a former Mormon, you found you wouldn't have allowed the Nephi thing in, or
No. So the way that Trina K presented it was she was through Detective Duncan's testimony, and Detective Duncan said, I did a internet search and I questioned a lot of LDS members, and all of the LDS members I talked to, or the vast majority of LDS members I talked to, mentioned that justified killing story as being associated with Nephi. And as a former Mormon, that's not the first story. That's not the first story that I would have told a detective about Nephi. So even if you saw like Adam Cox on the stand, the first thing he didn't say was about killing the evil King Laban.
So you think she should have presented that differently based on she didn't talk to enough people?
No, I'm just saying, as a juror who has a knowledge and background in the Mormon Church, I wouldn't have bought that from Detective Duncan, that was what most people associate with Nephi. Like I wouldn't, and I don't think most of the
there's
people.
a good chance. Do you think there's a good chance that some of these jurors were LDS as they were in her last cases?
I don't. I think that there are maybe one or two, but I think the vast majority.
Honestly, don't know if that matters, because the majority aren't going to know much about the Mormon religion to begin with, or its background thoroughly. Like,
If
I
they're
don't know
LDS,
enough
they
about.
are. if they're
I
LDS, they're
said
going
if
to know about them.
I said if they're
Yeah,
not, because you
right.
said
Yeah,
that
no,
chances are they're
correct.
not.
Yes.
So
Right,
if they're
correct.
not, they're not going to know all of that, and they're not going to take the time to explain all that. They're going to give them what
Right.
they do know, right? And if there's something in there somewhere that does back that up, then she had every right to go out there, and present it the way she did.
Well,
Of course, it was a
two out of the
choice,
three,
and that
yes, 2 out of the 3 mentioned that story as impacting them as being quote unquote justifiable homicide. So I'm like, well, good job on her. Then
yeah.
she did the
I
right
mean,
thing.
you could probably look at it and take it the way most Mormons would, and you could probably look at it and take it the way that Lori's brand would.
Oof.
They're good at seeing it a different way than you. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
you got all that stuff comes in. You got to remember it's Lori's world, and her Nephi. She obviously, I don't know. I get where you're coming from, but I don't know if the jurors go that far with it. Because even if you take that whole thing out, would they still? Yeah, they still could have done what they did without this Nephi character. That was a character that, to me, all the other things that were discussed about the zombie or whatever, the Ned, the spirit. So that part being omitted wouldn't have changed my thought on you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
It
I don't know if I said that right.
does. It does, but so one of the things that I learned during this trial watching process though was to watch the jurors and their reactions, and the 2 times that they were the most 2 of the 3 times that they were the most attentive in this trial were during the Ned possession and whatever thing, the casting, the Ned possession casting thing, they were very attentive, and during the Nephi story they were also very attentive.
Well, of course, those
There,
matter to the religious aspect of it, or whatever was going
right,
on there with Lori, and the casting of the zombie or the demon or whatever it was, the possession of Charles. All that had to be. You had to go there to say why she would do it. Because
yeah,
was the motive just money? Because they could have come in there and went with just that, made her look like this lady who was cheating on her husband and jealous that he was seeing somebody new, and all the things they could have tried. But that's hard to land, right? We're having a hard time landing that story in Karen Reed case. So that's a little harder. So then you can add to that this conspiracy thing. So then do you run the risk of confusing your jury? Which one we got here? A jealous wife situation, or I'm going to get him back, or do we have this crazy religion aspect? And I think that they needed to really back it up with some of the religious stuff that was going on, because that was the whole point of Charles reaching out the way he was doing. He wasn't
right,
reaching out scared, saying, "Look, this woman's crazy. She's just out to get me. She's telling me she's going to kill me." No, he was telling them about the religious stuff.
right.
So
He was
they
trying to
had
get her temple. He was trying to get her temple
yeah,
recommend
yeah. So you have a
revoked.
hard
Yeah,
time going to, and they didn't show his that body cam footage of Charles in court, did they?
they did not. They did not. So Zero, I got to comment on this because this is hilarious. Lori could have just asked potential jurors, "Let me see your underwear."
For real.
Are you wearing the garments? Are you wearing the magic underwear?
Got one simple question. That's a great comment.
Oh, it is. It is. That's hilarious. I love a little bit of comedic relief in the middle of a very dark story. You got to be able to laugh at it at some point. All right. Let's continue on with juror number 15.
Were talked about in this case are dead. Did you know that originally, or that's what you're?
I had never heard of Lori Daybell before I got picked for this jury. I've never, because I watch Fox News, but I don't watch Fox News 10. I watch Fox News. I like the different shows that are on. But I don't watch NBC or CBS or anything like that.
Wait, who are those people laughing in the background?
Probably
Is
the
that like
producers, right? The media. It's the media. They're laughing because he watches Fox, the network, and not the Fox 10. They're like, oh, ha, 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 ha. Yeah.
cracks me up that it cracks them up. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
You're like, okay, old guy, go
So
watch your Fox
I
News.
didn't know. No,
It's
I had no
propaganda.
idea of any
Now,
of
when you're realizing the magnitude of this case, what's kind of going
That's
through your
Kinsey.
it's just wow. That's all I can say. Just it's huge.
Yeah. Do you remember your reaction learning that she has been convicted in killing her 2 children?
You know, I feel sorry for her. You know?
Okay, pay attention, folks. I'm going to show you a clip of this with captions in a second, but when I first heard this, I didn't have captions, and I know you've probably all seen it already by now, but my reaction to this, like seeing it raw, live, well, not live, but like almost live, was
Almost.
just like, what did I just hear? And the cameraman will say the same thing, or whoever's, maybe somebody back in studio, like a producer, somebody makes a comment on it at the end too.
You know, I mean, driving home yesterday, I was like, God, she's spending the next 3 lives in prison in a cell. You know, I mean, you got to feel sorry for her, even though, I mean, that's awful
Whoa.
thing to do. I mean, there's something wrong up there, but what do you say? Still, you know, you just.
Did you hear that? Somebody goes, well, what'd he say?
Mm-hmm.
Let's figure out what he just said.
Yeah. Do you remember your reaction?
All right, this has my
It's
captions on
crazy,
it.
Joe, because the one that you did, the clip you did with the captions, if you didn't know any different and you're just watching that alone, it almost sounds like it's you and maybe a co-host reacting with those comments. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So yeah, to see it without it, you can prove it's not you, but but when you play just your clip, some might think it's you. It's weird. It's crazy. I noticed it and I laughed. I was like, oh goodness. Oops, sorry.
Yeah. So I saw the raw clip when I was doing the recap with Trial TV
Yeah.
Live, and you all
Mhm.
saw my reaction to that. And then I was like, I got to make me a clip of this. So I made me a clip, and this is the clip I made. And it wasn't used in the court document. Thank God it wasn't used in the court document. But Nate used it, and Justin Ritter used it on Courtroom Confidential. Joshua Ritter. Josh Ritter used it on Courtroom Confidential, and he actually gave me credit, whereas Nate didn't. Nate didn't, but that's okay, Nate.
Well,
That's okay.
Nate don't know who the hell where his producers just got that. I'm just
Well,
teasing.
exactly.
He's the news director. He knows. He might.
Right. So Joshua's producer actually reached out to me and said, do you mind if we use this tonight? And I'm like, of course. You know, use it however you want to, however you need to. They're like, we'll give you a shout out. I'm like, that's awesome. He gave me like 3 shout outs that night, but Nate did not. Nate, you owe me one. You already told me, Nate, back in December that you were going to bring me a new t-shirt with your new logo on it, and I don't have that. But
Joe Schmoe.
So he owes me like 2 now. Nate, you owe me 2, buddy.
Welcome to the world of journalism.
Watch the captions that I extracted from this guy's testimony and how they relate to his knowledge of potentially knowing about her past cases in Idaho before deliberation. So this is the night of the verdict. This is immediately after they're let out of court. So when he says, when I was driving home yesterday, that means the day before deliberations. Like, he should not have had any knowledge about any of her past case history. And if he did, he should have put it on his jury questionnaire, and he didn't. Here we go. All right. You've already probably seen it, but we're going to do it again anyway.
Yeah. Do you remember your reaction learning that she has been convicted in killing her 2 children?
You know, I feel sorry for her. You know, I mean, driving home yesterday, I was like, God, she's spending the next 3 lives in prison in a cell. You know, I mean, you got to feel sorry for her, even though, I mean, that's awful
Whoa.
thing to do. I mean, there's something wrong up there, but
What do you say?
still,
Once again, the guy in the background. Whoa, what'd he say?
Yeah.
So I'm not the only one that picked up on that.
No, I told you when it happened and we were discussing it, and I said, you can bet we're not the only ones that heard what that man said. And that turned out to be true. Because we still, like I told you, last night, we don't know where that guy, whoever decided to notify the court, we don't know where they saw it. Whether was it their local news sitting comfy in their chair at home, or was it on the YouTube streets? We don't know that. And you said that the news, it appears to be the link to that News 10 piece anyway. So it appears that it
Yes.
came. They just went and found the actual place he said it. So I don't know, where this person. But what got me was somebody sitting at home saw that. I'm assuming they're local to the area, saw it on their local news. If not, they saw it on the national news coverage, the blurb of it, right? Or they saw it on YouTube somewhere. Otherwise, they saw it on their local news. And who thought to go, wow, what did he just say? And then decided to email that to the court and make a pointed out, right? And then the court.
Well, I said, what did he just say? But I didn't notify the court. I'm like, let them figure
No,
it out.
but somebody did. The document says that. That's where I'm getting that from. I'm basing that straight out of the court document.
Yep.
That's what happened. Someone notified the court, and then the court notified Lori Vallow and her team and request that she review it. Now, if it
Yep.
wasn't serious, they wouldn't have done that. They got to make it part of the record now, because
I'm glad I'm not part of the record. I'm so glad I'm
yeah.
not part of that.
Well, you're careful because you could be in there any day, anytime.
We have made eye contact a couple of times, but that doesn't mean I'm like on your side, Lori. That doesn't. Let me just say this. I'm not.
You got to be careful in any case. You don't know how many YouTubers alone, YouTube channels, and some quite by accident, just by conducting interviews. But we've got a lot of podcasts. I can give you like 5 right off the top of my head that all have a podcast or YouTube channel listed in court documents. Most of them are for what was said on those YouTube lives or interviews. Let me put it that way. So interesting. Keep that in mind.
So I had a decent discussion today with somebody who is a crime beat reporter for a big newspaper. And she said she gave me some good advice. And her advice was, as long as I keep my reporting objective and I don't like involve my opinions in it, then I'm not responsible for whatever happens with it. And you all know that I'm for justice for Charles and JJ and Tyler. You all know that. So this was in no way that. If juror number 15 engaged in any kind of misconduct, then that should be called out, and he should be called out objectively by anybody who saw it. So, all right.
You didn't do anything except caption a man's words. So you didn't spin it. I mean, you had your thoughts on it, but we also live in this YouTube world, right? Where everybody's not consuming what we're doing. And it's its own little world almost. Like a lot of platforms, our people choose to, whatever they choose is their thing. But he did it. He's the one that came out and said those words, right? You weren't the one, like you said, you weren't the one out there interviewing him. We noticed it on the interview. And all you do you know how many times I've clipped things on purposefully because of they're like that, right? That's why we clip them. So don't let it, don't let it bother you because you didn't do anything wrong to start with.
I was objective. I was objective, and I'm going to let it go because of that.
Yeah, there was nothing, and I couldn't see anything that wasn't objective about that. We had a full discussion about that. That stuff with jurors can't happen. what he did, if he did that, he needs to be held accountable for that because of the impact, right? Whether, regardless of how we feel about Lori, regardless of how we feel about what if it would have affected the outcome, we can't let it happen because that doesn't do Charles any justice either. If she cannot be tried because there were nefarious things behind the scenes done or whatever, we can't let that happen either. Because then she could get off on a technicality type of situation, and that's no justice for Charles and his family, you know?
No, it's not. And
So it's a
so, and
shame.
so
It's a shame, you know, a real shame.
it leads you down the road of, was it cool for the judge to seat a jury in 3 hours? Like a 25 to life
She's got something
conspiracy
in this
theory.
filing, right, about
Let's
courtroom
check it out.
untreated fairly by the courtroom or something of that nature.
Let's
I
check
didn't
out
go
the
through the
filing.
whole thing. Yeah. I didn't go
haven't
through the
either.
whole document, so.
This is my first reaction, so y'all are getting my fresh reaction. So this was filed, or it was recorded on May the 1st, May Day, so 2 days ago.
And guys, I did post this out on my I posted this out 2 days ago, I think, on my community tab, but I haven't had a chance to go through the whole thing yet. So this is my first reaction as well.
Lori Daybell requests that the court grant her a new trial. This motion is filed pursuant to the protection provided by Rule 24.1 of the Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure, the Fifth Amendment Due Process Clause of the U.S. Constitution, and Article 2, 4, 24 of the Arizona State Constitution. This motion is accompanied by the following memorandum of points and authorities. This should be interesting. Buckle up. Memorandum of points and authorities. Facts. Juror misconduct. A. And this is what we just talked about, folks. On April 28th, 2025, it came to the attention of this defendant's advisory council. So we saw that from the prior filing, that somebody saw it on YouTube and they sent it to her advisory council. And later the court, that Juror 15. Okay, so I just want to make a brief point here. Nowhere in that Fox 10 video do they refer to Carl as Juror 15 or Carl. We've come to find out that his name is Carl, but they don't refer to him in that as Carl or Juror 15. So where's she getting her information that this dude is juror number 15?
But by the time the court got the information and they looked into it, they knew exactly which juror he was, right?
Yep.
So when they notified her and her team, because that other document specifically says her legal counsel, advisory team, and Lori Daybell, and they provided her with that information. They had to.
Indicating he had knowledge of this defendant's prior conviction. Notice Exhibit 1, clip Fox 10 News. He also indicated that he was leaning towards a not guilty vote up until yesterday, and through deliberations, Exhibit 1, minute 0:55, this prior conviction involves the homicide of her children in Idaho in 2023. This defendant did not testify in this trial, and this conviction was not presented by the state as a Rule 404B Other Act evidence. Thus, Juror 15 should not have learned about this information. So, if he had, this is my interjection here, I'm pausing the reading of the PDF. If he had knowledge of it beforehand, he should have disclosed it in his juror questionnaire. Like they sent them out electronically. Yes.
You're supposed to. If you have any knowledge, we know that these second jurors here in this Karen Reed stuff, they know about the first trial. That's allowed in that case. But you're supposed to tell them if you know anything. You're questioned about it. So that's also the question: did he know it prior and didn't disclose it, or did he really find out toward the end? Either way. My mic is echoey. Do I have an echo?
I don't hear an echo. I do
Okay,
not.
cool.
I hear a little bit of crackliness, maybe.
Maybe I should go out and come back in.
Trace on the case says there were how many other jurors that got away? So there were the two alternate jurors that were released, plus the original 12, and of those original 12, only 3 of them agreed to be interviewed by the media.
Mm-hmm.
So nine of them ran away. And if you watch Nate's follow-up interview of this, where you can see me in the background again, he says he tried to chase them down and give him his business card, and they're all like, no, thank you. Nope, I don't want your business card. I don't want to talk to the media at all. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Leave me alone, bro. I'm good.
Like, we don't even know what's going on here. We're out.
Right.
They don't know damn Lori Vallow.
All right. If you want to go out and you're sounding good now. Your audio is fine now.
Well, now I'm not hearing that echo. But you sounded kind of weird for a second, but maybe it was just my phone acting up. I don't know. I'm not outside anymore though. I'm in the house, so I should be good. Okay.
All right. I've got my USB microphone on, so my audio should be okay.
Okay. We're good.
All right. So continuing on. Because this case was a high-profile matter, once the jury was released from its admonition, jurors were free to speak with the media. During an interview, Juror 15 was asked about his reaction upon learning about this defendant's prior convictions. He stated the following, quote unquote, I feel sorry for her. Driving home yesterday, I was like, God, she's spending the next 3 lives in prison in a cell. Oh my God. That's the first time I've seen that. That's the direct captions that I created in my video clip.
Okay, well, there you go. See, I knew Lori was going to hone in on you at that trial, and she did.
No, girl. No. Go away, Lori. Go away, Lori.
It noticed that the quote, he felt sorry for her. That part's in there. That's all Lori needed to hear. Not only, Andy felt sorry for her. She's like loving that part of it. Trust me, psycho woman. Like, wasn't enough that he went out and said all that, but also he said he felt sorry for me. Like, what?
Right. Lots heard it live. Hawkeye's Lots heard what live? Oh, when the juror 15 made his comment? Yes. Lots heard it live.
Mm-hmm.
And here's a good question, actually. Let's take a break, just a brief break from this, reading this filing from her. Trey says, we all saw the process. What do you think the judge could have done differently? Ask more questions? I do. I think he could have asked more hardship questions, because already in the first 2 days of the trial, we've lost 2 jurors for additional hardships that they said they didn't file on their original juror questionnaires. So the judge is already getting nervous. He's already like, we've lost 2 and we only have 2 more that we can lose before we have to have a mistrial because we've lost too many jurors. So yeah, take your time and really delve into the hardship thing. I think that's what he could have done better.
Well, are you talking about how much they receive as their pay? Their compensation?
Just whatever their hardship is. So there are, they have multiple avenues to claim a hardship.
I know. But the thing about Arizona that I found interesting, when you said they receive up to what was it, $300 a day for their, only if they're employed though, right? So that was my take on it. I could be dead wrong, but I feel like it was, if they're employed, and they can be reimbursed up to $300 a day. And I remember Trial TV, I thought was also like, what? Because usually jurors are given like $13 a day, maybe 18, up to 18, depending on the jurisdiction, the state, all the things. So that was new to a lot of us. knowing jurors don't usually get that. So I don't know what their hardships were either. Do you know what I mean? In this
Right.
case, what
So
they claimed.
they would have to be losing out. So there's financial hardship, there's like physical hardship, there's like I got to take care of my sick mother, I've got to
Yeah. Yeah.
take care of my kids. I have 100 hardships. So, but they need to disclose those on the initial form. Like if you bring me into a jury for a month, I'm going to
That should be
lose
one
three.
of their first set of questions is,
Yes,
do you have
exactly.
anything that would cause a hardship? Because all places take that into consideration. They have to. Because if you're a caregiver, right, just you and your mother, you can't leave mother to go sit a trial every day. Who's going to take care of your mother, right? You don't have the means to go hire the nanny sitters to come over and do it. You may not have a sibling or a close relative that can come do it. So that's a hardship. So that qualifies. Move on to the next person. So those should absolutely be asked
Right.
right off the
And
top,
it should
right?
right. And what causes me concern is the fact that in the first 2 days of this trial, 2 additional jurors were dismissed because of quote unquote hardships
Yeah.
that did exist when they filled out their questionnaires. So did they lie on their questionnaires? Did they just breeze over them? Did they dismiss them offhand? And then all of a sudden now it's a problem, like 2 days into trial, it's a problem that you have a hardship. Why
Yeah.
wasn't it a hardship before when you were in
It
jury
should have been
selection? Because
before. Hmm. And
they literally
they also need to make
did,
sure they got. So let me ask you this, Joe. How many alternates I can't remember that detail. Alternates
they
did they have?
they started with 4, so there were 8,
That's not
4 plus
enough.
12, 16, right?
I mean, maybe go 2 more. I mean, just to be safe in case somebody gets sick, somebody does
Well,
accidentally listen to the radio on the way home from, or whatever.
well, the way that
And
jury selection went is
egg-laden situations.
they brought in 17. The very first 17 jurors they brought in, 16 of those were
Oh,
seated on
Stacy.
the jury, right?
I just read that and I was like, about busted out. I almost like really laughed out loud hard. I contained myself.
Oh, but they seated 16 of the first 17 jurors they brought into the jury box. And I just like, were they careful enough in questioning them and voir dire? Like
Maybe, I don't know if Arizona has a lot of experience. I don't know how they do things there. I've only seen maybe 1 or 2 trials in the past out of Arizona. Didn't study their system too hard. Didn't have a real reason to. Didn't just went with it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. You would think though you need a good jury, seat a good jury, take your time doing so, and then because it's not look, a judge. The reason that judge was able to seat that jury so quickly because the defense didn't have any questionnaires to go through. None besides the basics, right? There was no study done on jurors. There was no jury questionnaires mailed out a year in advance. There was no closed hearing scheduled coming up soon on jury questionnaires, like in the Idaho 4 case. Coming up like on Monday, I think. Closed
for
hearing.
real. Oh my
For real.
gosh.
On jury questionnaires, right? So it's a huge deal in the Idaho 4 case. So huge, we had to go move the entire trial, right? This is such a big deal. But you know what I'm getting at. It's just they need to seat a good jury, no matter what. Should be priority, and get yourself enough alternates so when problems come up or issues, you can take care of it. You know, you're muted.
So either more alternates or delve more into their hardship questions. Like,
Yeah, I
are
mean
you
they
sure
should
this isn't going to
fix
be
their
hardship for you?
questionnaires,
Yes.
right?
Because
And
that was 2, like immediately in the first 2 days, 2 guys or 2,
mhm.
well, a guy and a gal. So it was 13 and 3, and then it was 12 and 2.
Yeah,
And
before they
both of-
go deeper into the questionnaire part that they need to get into, we could get your preliminary stuff done first. Do you have time? Is there a hardship? All the things. Anything that would anything that would hold you back from being a juror needs to be dealt with right off the table. I mean, that makes sense. And then you can weed out the ones you need to continue the process with.
right.
Goodness.
I mean,
Goodness.
the whole, so half of the gallery. So the gallery was 45 plus 15 plus 15. So 75 seats in the gallery. Half of it was reserved for the jurors that were not sitting in the jury box. So they had a full 35 or so jurors that they could have picked from to replace the ones that were in the jury box if there were hardships or any other things that the ones in the jury box had issues with. And they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't. They got rid of one gal. Like they started with 17 and they got rid of the one gal and they were down to 16 and they're like, this is our jury. This is it. And
Yeah.
Lori didn't have a problem with it. Trina didn't have a problem with it. Judge Bresky
Right.
didn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, exactly. And that she didn't, prosecution probably didn't have a ton of questions for their jurors, just the good basic normal, what I'll call normal procedural questions. They may have had some about religion aspect, the way they felt about things like that, because they can ask about all of that. Lori, I don't think quite knew what to ask the jurors because she's just
The,
worried
o-
about trying to convince those jurors. Do you know what I mean? So
the
she's like, I
only
don't know about
relevant
this part. You
question,
know, I don't know about
yeah,
this part.
the only really good question I thought she asked in jury selection was, if I don't testify, will you have a problem holding that
Yeah.
against me and
Well,
thinking
do you
I'm
know
guilty?
why? Because constitutionally, she doesn't have to do that. She
Right.
doesn't have to testify. So will they hold that again? Because they're not supposed to hold it against her. So if they would have answered, yeah, or I might think about it, she could say, nope, I don't want them on my jury. So that's almost a standard type of she picked out you know what I'm saying? She went through like a list of normal questions, like for a jury we might get for her prep, and picked out what she thought was the best, I guess, to suit her. But she didn't spend a lot of time on it, basically. Therefore, the court didn't spend a lot of time on it. Do you
Right.
see?
Okay.
That makes
Yeah, but
sense?
if you're sitting in the jury box and you're considered a candidate for sitting on this jury, and she asks you that question, are you going to answer it one way or the other? Like,
Yeah, because I learned a long time ago when I sat and thought about it. I remember the first time. I remember this because of my mom. She loved courts and law and all these things. There's a lot of things. But I remember sitting and thinking about it, not testifying, defendants not testifying. Because under the Constitution and under the law, they don't have to. And we're not supposed to hold it against them if they don't. And there's a multitude of reasons as to why a defendant doesn't, even those that are not guilty. So I always try to take that off the table as do I hold it against them? No, I don't, honestly. Because I don't know. It may hurt them. It may help them. You can never tell. So I always try to go constitutionally with that one. Do you know what I'm saying? Fair trial and all that stuff. Because I
yeah,
don't
I
want
think,
people not getting fair trials because that affects the outcome for the victims. Bottom line.
and you know what, is that very same principle applies to like the Karen Reed case, the Brian Koberger case,
Yes,
the Sarah Boone
exactly.
case. Like
All of them.
it's universal.
Delphi,
Yes.
all of them. And I try to remember that when I'm no matter what I lean, like guilt or innocence in a case or whatever, no matter what, I try to stay as neutral as I can. Like, even if I have to check myself sometimes, you know what I mean? It's like, no, wait a minute. What my forefathers say right now about this mess? I don't know. I'll geek out on that stuff if I'm not careful, so I'll need to hush. I will. I could totally just go there. Let's
You know what?
let's continue reading Lori's document though.
Let's do, but I think Lori geeks out on it too. Like, remember when
Maybe
she
just a
had her
little.
she had her December 6th hearing, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I've been in jail for the last 5 years studying law."
Well, in that
So
piece that I showed on, let's see, Friday, court break, lunch break, of the Maricopa County Jail and what Lori's stay looks like while she's there. And that officer said he made a point of it. He said of her 23 hours of lockdown, she gets that 1 hour out, but anything she needs as far as legal documents, the books, everything she needs, all she has to do is make a request and they provide it. So she's got 23 hours a day to sit and guess what she's doing those 23 hours a day. Working on her legal defense. Like it's gonna matter, but she's doing it.
well, she's doing it half-assed. Come on, Lori, you can do better.
Well, she's gotta have something to do, Joe. So it's look, she's gonna find her something new to do. She got bored. Like, don't you think you have enough to do, Lori? You got a whole nother trial coming. Sister, sit down.
This one may actually be more interesting
There's a
because
couple of them, Joe, that I was like, oh, lawyer Lori, side-eyeing you now, but okay, I'm here for it. On a legal standpoint, only that, only. Because I'm curious about some of these too, Joe, and what her argument, because now I told you, once they get to court, my legal and evidence brain turns on. Where's she going to go with this? And what is she going to file to back it up, right?
right, the only thing she had in this last one, first of all, I want to address Rachel's comment. I don't know Judge Bareski's background, but he has been an amazing judge. Like, whatever his background is,
I liked him.
he has gone over the top to accommodate her to make sure there aren't appellate issues.
Right. He was fair to Lori on the legal side of things. He was. And he didn't mind calling her out when she needed to be called out and keep her in line. He kept her in line, make no mistake about it. But he also let the law play out, right? Like he should have. I felt he was fair. I liked him. I didn't have any problems with that judge whatsoever. I didn't really see a lot that he did differently that would have affected anything.
Nope, me either. Except if he was too hard on Lori in some of her legal issues, they could become appellate issues. And I think he didn't do that. Like, he went over the top to go the other way. Yes.
We had that with Judge in Idaho with Ann Taylor. Anything to keep that from being an appellate issue. So he was relieved when he got that stuff sent to Ada County. You know, he's like, thank goodness. But no, Judge, also, this judge has got a reputation to uphold. He's always probably ruled within the law, right? So just because she's Lori Vallow, if she has a legal argument, he can't say, oh, no, he can. But that's not fair either. And he knew that, and he upheld that. So I respected that. So when she did have a legal valid point, he allowed that to play out. And when she didn't, he let her know. You know, and when she fell short, like sending her subpoenas fiasco out, you know, there were times he had to tell her. Then I loved it when he said, I'm not giving you legal advice. You know, he was like, I'm not, no, that's crossing the line. So that, I thought he was fair.
Yep, me too. He was over and above fair, is what I felt, and rightfully so, because we don't want appellate issues.
Well, I don't think he was overly fair or anything like that. I don't think he was so cautious.
He gave her legal advice from the bench, like he told her you need to rephrase it a different way.
Well, he gave her advice, but he even told her at one point, he said to her, I'm not going to give you legal advice. And because the way she was wording things to him, or the way she was asking the question from him directly, right? And then, so he tried to help her a little bit by leading her into the right direction, but he stopped it at that. Like, I'm not here to do this for you. Figure it out, you know? Did you lose the screen? You lost us.
No, I did. I got to take a quick break. and I'm gonna let you guys rewatch this like 2 minutes while I take a break, and I will be right back in 2 minutes. 2 and 2, right? Isn't that what Chuck used to say? 2 and 2. I'll be back in 2 and 2.
Everything to do with Alex shot him. All right. So my big thing was, if you're going to say something, how does that how does that go along with the conspiracy to commit murder? That was my big thing. And like I said, it was the text that threw me.
Was there a specific text message?
There were two specific ones, but I'm not sure I should talk about them.
Yeah. And because we've seen, you know, a lot of this evidence too. Does that make that any different for you or no?
Can you tell me what evidence you saw on the text messages? There was one that had something to do with insurance. That was one of them. And the other one was basically the Nephi thing. So.
Now that you know that so many people that were talked about in this case are dead, did you know that originally, or that's what you're?
I had never heard of Lori Daybell before I got picked for this jury. I've never, because I watch Fox News, but I don't watch Fox News 10. I watch Fox News.
He didn't know her before he got picked for the jury, so it was after that they found out about it.
NBC or
but before the
something
verdict.
Like so I didn't
Dumbass.
know. I had no idea of any
Now,
of it.
when you're realizing the magnitude of this case, what's kind of what
That's Kinsey.
It's just wow. That's all I can say. It's huge.
Yeah. Do you remember your reaction learning that she has been convicted in killing her 2 children?
You know, I feel sorry for her. You know, I mean, driving home yesterday, I was like, God, she's spending the next 3 lives in prison in a cell. You know, I mean,
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, so he says in that interview that before he got picked for a juror, he didn't know who Lori Daybell was.
Correct.
And
Yes.
then afterwards, you know, yesterday riding home, or whatever he said yesterday, was it driving home?
Driving home, yes. Driving home yesterday.
So I wondered immediately when he was driving home, did he have the radio on and the news came on the radio and he didn't turn it off, think to turn it off, whatever, and they just immediately started with this. He just happened to be like, and then he was like, oh my God. Or did he go, I wonder if that's my case they're talking about. Well, I know her name's Lori and I don't know how it happened. But on the drive home, so you were in the car, was somebody else driving and you're playing on your phone? Because if you're driving and playing on your phone, well, I got issue with that. But I'm trying to figure out. I go to the details. Like, I got to freaking know if I'm the investigator. What do you mean you were driving home? Were you driving? Was somebody else driving you? Did you hear it on the radio? See it on your phone on social media? Did you get a phone call? There's a lot of questions. So that, but going back to that though, he says he didn't know before he was a juror. Do you believe him? I feel like I do.
I do. I honestly do. Yes. And I
Yeah.
honestly think that he had a problem with looking up things on his phone. And he was actually called before the judge for that.
You know,
And
he may have got on his phone, like you said, because he got in trouble for being on his phone, right? So what if he got on his phone? What if he's a Googler and he went wherever he goes, Facebook? So what if he went to Facebook and there it is, a story right there, and he's like, "Holy jeez, that's that
she's
lady."
Serving 3 lives. He didn't. So the court document said 3 lives. He didn't say 3 lives. He said 3 lives.
3 lives.
He's serving 3 lives in a cell.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
so he had seen the actual, you know. So I don't know how when he actually saw it. Of course, we can only go by what he has said publicly, and he clearly said the day before driving home.
Yes, yesterday. He said yesterday.
Yesterday, sorry. Yesterday driving home. So I took that to mean after the day that day in court, because he was at court all day. We know that. So then driving home I guess maybe he could have went to dinner or went straight home. That's when
So
he found out.
That day, when he said yesterday, that day refers to April 21st, and closing arguments by Trina and Lori, and then closing rebuttal by Trina, and then the jury was let out to deliberate, and they deliberated for exactly 17 minutes. It's in the court record. So
Yeah,
they did not do
slow.
any deliberation. They maybe elected a jury foreman, maybe, but they did not do any deliberation.
Oh, I know. We were watching it and it was crazy. But so what time was it when they got done doing that though? I can't remember now because some of those days were long.
It was 3:30ish. 3:30ish. They went home at like 3:30, and we're all disappointed because we're like, yes, we're like, you can deliberate till 5:30, 6:30,
because it was a
7:30.
little bit earlier than what we were used to them going to much later in the day. And then that day they didn't go as late. We were like, well, gosh, okay. So I was just trying to figure out if it was late in the day, did he go home?
Twitter, no. So I had, when they went out to deliberations, I was like, okay, we got some time. I can go to the car. I needed to go to the car and get some stuff, come back. I had to go through security. When I'm going through security to come back into the courthouse, the entire jury is being led out. And that was like right around 3:30ish that afternoon on the
I
21st.
remember it being, I remember now that I just didn't remember the exact times. Because I knew it wrapped up earlier than the trial or each day had been wrapping up. So I was trying to figure out what time this guy left the courthouse the day before. Is the reason I even wanted to know. So if they wrapped up earlier than usual.
Traffic was better.
Was it? I'm thinking of a lot of. I'm sorry, I drifted off of my mind. I'm thinking, did this guy stop and eat on the way home? When did you hear this and how? When did you get on your phone if you're driving? I can see I'm gonna launch a whole investigation on this dude now. Like, step aside, let me in there. We'll get to the bottom of this. Come on, Joe. Hey, Joe, I need you to get in there and ask these particular questions, okay?
Okay.
Get one of those little things for your ear so I can tell you to ask this next. That's
actually a really good point.
What, to get a little thing for your ear?
No, well, that too. Yes, I actually have acquired new technology since I started following this case.
Joe, not the Google glasses. No. No. Are we talking Google glasses?
No Google glasses for me. I'm not going to violate court protocol and record inside the courthouse.
Oh my goodness!
But she wasn't.
They weren't turned on.
Yeah. No, they weren't recording. But I do have other technology. But it also reminds me of the fact that when all of the jurors came out of the courthouse and all of the reporters went running after them and just surrounded them with this like mob of cameras and microphones.
They should back off a little bit. I agree. They've always been that way, not just crime reporters, trial watch reporters, whatever, media as a whole. Look at
even social media, right?
What do you call social media? Well, even now with social media, it's worse because the phones are right there in your hand. But old school media has always been that way. Even when something happens in a town or whatever news is popping off, they're going to have crews everywhere. Yes, you know how they roll. And now national media can be there in a matter of minutes. It feels like they just plop out of the sky and boom, there they are, going live. But when cable TV hit the airwaves, with CNN and things like that. So now you take social media and you put it in the mix as well with our phones in our hands. We can have a story going somewhere. Like, look at all the people in your chat right now. You drop one little video or go live showing something, and it can reach 100 people quickly, very quickly. And go from there. That's things like that. So it's just it's crazy that the differences that play into it now, in the way that The broader
also
stretch.
Yes, it also makes me want to be a better reporter and be more prepared the next time that situation happens. Because if you've listened to some of the questions that the other reporters asked from these 3 jurors that allowed access from the media, some of those questions were really good. Some of them were not so good, but some of them were really good and really smart. And I don't know that I would have had the state of mind to ask those questions at that time. So it helps me to be more prepared next time. Like next time this situation happens, I don't know that I'm going to sprint after somebody like a juror that's running down the sidewalk to get away from the media. But if
No, I wouldn't.
somebody
Because
does make themselves available, I want to have those questions ready.
here's the thing, social media and mainstream media are very different. And I feel like people on social media want real, but there are some that are here for just the tea. But I am not going to sit there and rush up on somebody who's clearly trying to get away, right? I'm not chasing a person down for an interview if they clearly don't want any part of it. That's wrong. I don't care if I work for a national news media or my little YouTube channel. So if they are willing to stop and talk, that's a very different story. Right? I mean, would you chase? So yeah, why would you chase them down?
But here's
Right?
because here's the thing.
Rude.
Because here's the thing. No, they rewarded that behavior because they were
Who did?
the jurors did. The 3 jurors that allowed themselves to be interviewed. They left
They
the
were
courthouse. They
look.
left the
They
courthouse.
wait. Hold on. I got to make sure I understood that statement right. You felt like those 3 talking to the media that was there did that?
Yes, they rewarded the behavior because they gave
You think they didn't
interviews
mean to do that?
after they were
They
chased down. They gave interviews. They agreed to stand there and be interviewed. And
gave in. They gave in.
Yes, exactly.
So because of the swarm.
Well, I for Carl and the other gal that he
The
was
media
with,
needs to learn to back off just a little tiny bit, right?
they do. I agree.
And
There is
like
a
Nate
level of
said,
respect.
you can give them your card, you can do so much.
Yeah.
You could do many other things to reach them versus bum rushing them the minute they come out of a courtroom. And who in their right mind, Joe, who was yelling at these people to Google Lori Vallow the minute they walked out of the deliberation room?
I have
That's
no
what
idea.
struck me. I was like, dang, the second they're walking out of deliberations, they're being yelled at to go Google Lori Vallow. And they did immediately. And I was like, damn, who was standing outside that door screaming at them to Google Lori Vallow that fast? I'm like, that's pretty aggressive. So yeah, they're way too aggressive, and I get it. I choose not to be that person.
I chose that day not to be that
Yeah.
person, and
There's nothing
didn't
wrong with
get any,
that, dude.
and I didn't get any footage. I got 0 footage, but you know what? There's like 400 other outlets that
It's
have footage of those
yeah,
interviews.
I mean, you could have stood back and memorialized the moment by getting video
I
of
do.
what.
I have actually. I
Do you
have
know what
still
I mean?
photos.
That
I
is
actually
like a
have a still
documentary
photo.
style. Well, I mean, you could have even ran a video of what was happening in the moment, just because it would have been different than what they're doing. Because a lot of us, even if you're like me and you don't watch mainstream news, like even my local news, I don't even watch it. I watch theirs on YouTube, honestly. My local news, I see it on YouTube. That's where all my news is seen at. If I need to know about it, I'll need to know. I'll find out. But I choose not to consume certain types of news. But what I do see, I see from mainstream media is all over YouTube. So it's not like I miss what they're doing. You know what I mean? It's there. So a lot of
Right.
people see it. That's why
I gotta share those photos though, because that was my moment to me. Was those
Mhm.
2 jurors being interviewed by a mob and me capturing pictures? Like I've got to bring that
Yeah.
up and show that. That was like unreal. I'm like, holy crap, this is nuts.
Start doing that, like memorializing what's happening, reactions to the moment, the experience, because people are so in it instead of taking a step back and looking at it. If that makes sense.
It does.
Because all of that intrigues me. Because why do they got to do that? There's no reason that now. Here's the thing, devil's advocate. How many people were waiting to hear from these jurors? So now do we call out the ones that got the interviews with the jurors? Because that to me is, that don't sit well with me as a person, right? I can that's stupid. That's what I tell myself. You want it, but then you're mad because you got it. It's like, what? That don't make no sense. Those are the kind of dumbass arguments I'll have with myself. Sorry to cuss y'all. But then I'm like, okay, we'll shoulder that one. Let that one roll right off because that don't even matter. Silly stuff. Like, what does that lady call it over there in Canton? Silly words.
Don't ask Miss Shorty. Miss Shorty will tell you what she's called.
Silly words. She got silly words in there. I'm like, oh wow.
All right, hold on. Okay. We're gonna finish this document. I swear to God, we're gonna.
Are you promised? Well, you know how we are. We start talking. I mean, we would have a talk sometimes, and like an hour later, he's like, "This should be a live stream," and we weren't really either one streaming at the time. Once or twice here and there. I was like, "Well, Joe, we need to go live and talk about it then."
Oh my!
Did we lose him?
You were up there all by yourself. You're up there all by yourself.
I was just telling him how we used to joke about our conversations should have been done on a live stream, and we finally just got the message and just started doing it live.
Right? Oh, all right. So I can't do both. I can't pull up this picture. I've got a really cool picture from that day, and I got to share that, and then we can get back into the document.
Okay.
But you got to be patient with me while I download it. Because I got to transfer it from what? Why is that not on my phone? Just talk amongst yourselves. Walk and talk. Walk and talk. You got this. It says still sending. All right. It took 5 minutes to send, which is stupid. It still hasn't sent. For crying out loud. You sent a photo 5 hours ago. No, that wasn't 5 hours ago. That was 1 minute ago. Why does Google tell me? Why does Facebook tell me that I sent a
shady
photo?
Data?
It says I sent a photo 5 hours ago and it was 2 minutes ago. There we go. All right. This is Carl and the other lady gal. Why do I need to have 5 different apps to open a picture photo? Son of a nutmeg. Sometimes technology can be frustrating, right?
We can't trust the data.
But I just want to open one picture. All I want to do is show you one picture of Carl and the other gal when they were being interviewed, on the east side of the courthouse steps. All right. I got the picture open. Now I got to share it. So present, share screen. And there we go. Windows Media Player. That's it. That's what happened after the jurors left the courthouse. And this is probably 100 to 125 feet east of the courthouse doors. And I'm sitting in front. So they have a media presentation area, media staging area. They called it media
Staging area.
Yes.
Mhm.
And I'm sitting there, with Lauren and her producer Grayson, and all of a sudden I see some media guys go running down the sidewalk, and then I see Nate go running down the sidewalk, and then I see Lauren go running down the sidewalk. I'm like, what am I missing? What am I missing? And this is it. This is what I was missing. Like, this is the source of some of the interviews we saw. Is that not crazy? That's crazy, right?
Well, it's normal. Unfortunately, like I said, we've seen a lot of jurors and a lot of past cases come out and speak. Sometimes they wait a while, though. You know, they got to go home and process all this and sit with this for a minute. Realize how big what they just did was, or what it was to be a part of it was. There's a lot of things that go into that, and they come out and speak later. Some come out right away. It depends on their personality, themselves. I don't think there's a wrong or right way to do it, but we should back off and give them a minute, right? Jeez.
That's how I felt. That's honestly how I felt. But I also missed out on some interviews.
But there's nothing wrong with asking them, Joe. Chasing them down is a different thing. If they're coming out the door and you're out there waiting, and as they walk by, would you care to give a comment? And if they stop, that's different. And it's up to you, your line of questioning with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But are you going to, if they say no and they keep walking, or they have no comment at all and continue to walk, are you going to then chase them down to their car? I guarantee you a lot of them didn't say anything at first. They just continued to walk, and therefore they were followed toward their vehicles or whatever until they were pressured to talk.
Right.
You know, it is what it is. So
I think that's kind of the key, because you just said until they were pressured to talk. So you can put pressure on them, and what level of pressure do you put on them to talk?
Right. That's not worth it to me. I'm not chasing a person down who doesn't want to talk.
Nope, I'm not going to either. And I've had Facebook conversations with one of the other jurors in this case, and at some point in time, that juror said, "I'm done talking." And I'm like, I respect that. I may send you a couple more messages that just, I'm not putting more pressure on you. I'm just saying there's some interesting things going on with juror 15. And I know you're not juror 15, so you can talk or not talk as you wish. And they didn't talk, and that's fine. I respect that.
And I honestly can't blame them at this point.
Nope.
Especially if there's an investigation being conducted, and you can believe there's one being conducted if she's already filed a court document citing that as one of her reasons she needs a new trial.
Yep. Yep. And if there is that one particular juror that is like the basis of her filing for a new trial, then all the other jurors are going to be like, nope, 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 nope.
Yeah. I mean, even if it just takes one, though, to know, right? Even if all the rest of the jurors had no clue about her past, like they were supposed to do, know nothing, and he's the only one, and he admits it. Yeah, on my way home yesterday, I listened to the radio and heard it on the news. Or I was in the passenger seat and looking at my phone and saw it on the social media.
Right.
That one juror could change everything. It doesn't take two jurors to have misconduct. It takes one.
Right. And it's not juror number 15. It's not juror number 15 checking out my news post or your news post or Fox 10's news post.
You don't know who I am.
It's him going where he's not supposed to be, and he knows he's not supposed to be.
Yeah. Well, he had to actively seek out a news source to begin with, or just Googled her name,
or consciously not turn it off when it came on.
Exactly, like in the car on the radio, maybe.
Yes,
like the local news update on the drive home. You know, you get your traffic update and your news all at once, and they won't shut up and just play music. Those kind of rides, yeah, I don't like them.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like, I didn't come here for the news in the car. I came here for the music in the car. Oh. Okay, rant over.
All right. All right. So part B, preclusion to Tylee Ryan and Alex Cox statements and impermissible. Is that the correct spelling of that word? Impermissible? It looks wrong to
I
me.
don't know.
Impermissible expert testimony by Detective Daniel Coons. He was one of the first state witnesses in this case. Well, we can just say witnesses because there were no defense witnesses at all. Impermissible expert testimony by Detective Daniel Coons. Prior to trial, the court precluded this defendant from presenting to the jury any of Tylee Ryan or Alex Cox's statements. We all know that those potential witnesses are no longer with us. They are deceased. Both of these people were present during the shooting of Charles Vallow, and thus some of their statements were not hearsay, as they show effect on listener pursuant to Arizona Rules of Evidence 8033. I may need to look that up. Rules of Evidence 8033.
Yeah.
Usually she is wrong when she makes a legal argument like that. Like the judge will be like, that does not apply to this in any way, shape, or form. But occasionally she gets a couple points in.
But she wants the statements of Tylee and Alex allowed in.
Yes, she tried multiple times in the trial. Like she tried multiple times to have either the video of Tylee's interview at the Family Advocacy Center or the walkthrough with Alex at that evening, like the evening of July 11th. Like she wanted those to be entered in, and like Trina vociferously objected to those, and the judge did not allow any of that in.
And I wonder why. What was his basis behind that? I need to know more about that law myself.
I do too.
I don't know that the prosecution fought it, and Lori wanted it in. The judge said no, and I'm wondering why. Was it because we were keeping out this past stuff, and Tylee's no longer with us, and that she's involved in the past stuff, or what? Couldn't be that because Tylee was brought up throughout this whole trial. So interesting.
Yeah, Tylee, the name Tylee was brought up, but not her actual testimony, except in
I know.
the video, the body-worn camera of that one officer that asked for Lori's driver's license. Tylee was there. So could that have opened the door if Lori was a better lawyer?
Yeah.
If Lori was a better lawyer, could she have gotten that in? But I think it's because they're deceased, and so they can't be cross-examined if she brings them in as
maybe. Maybe, or is it under? Is it got anything to do with their here? I don't know enough about their law yet to make a. I'm not going against the judge's ruling by any means. He knows the law there. I do not know the law in Arizona. But I'm curious because she's filed about it. You know what I mean? Now she's got it in her document here. So that's why I'm curious.
So the state filed a motion in limine, throwing a blanket hearsay objection over the entire statements. The court indicated in a pretrial ruling that it would, at least to Alex Cox's statement, take it on a statement-by-statement basis. I did not see that in the trial. I did not see a statement-by-statement basis for objection and granted or overruled for Alex Cox's statements. We did when it came to the walkthrough. So supposedly that afternoon, when Lori and Tylee and Alex came back from his house in Santan, and Tylee gave Charles's phone to the police officers. After that, Alex did a walkthrough of the house where he pointed out his testimony as to what happened the morning before, or that morning. So that was never allowed in. None of that was allowed in. And I think that's what she's objecting to right now, that the court would rule on it on a statement by statement basis, and that they never did. I did see some objections and sustaining by the court.
I don't know how it would help her. I could see as the prosecutor being able to just come at that with a lot of different angles, because I know what her angle would be. Look, see, we were shocked, we were scared, we were whatever. No, you weren't. You was buying flip flops. But okay, I don't see how it's going to help her.
I don't either.
Honestly, don't. I can't think of a single way. It's what is it to show, Lori, that y'all were afraid, that Alex's demeanor shows self-defense, Tylee's reactions proves the self-defense. Okay. I don't see it, Lori, but okay.
All right. During trial, the defendant was precluded from even discussing that Alex conducted a walkthrough. Oh, I just talked about that. Much less his statements with Chandler police detectives during the walkthrough. Then in the state's case in chief, that's the state, elicited expert testimony from the scene agent, Detective Daniel Coons. The defendant objected to his testimony as an expert witness based on lack of foundation and her not having had time to rebut his professional opinion. Again, this defendant was precluded from discussing Alex Cox's, the shooter's, walkthrough that was conducted with several Chandler police detectives, including Detective Coons. Has anybody ever seen that walkthrough video? Oh, no. There was a body-worn cam that didn't work. Right? Do you remember that? Like, they did a walkthrough and one of the officers had a body-worn cam, but it didn't work.
I can't remember which one it was, but yes.
This walkthrough was precluded as inadmissible hearsay. However, it formed the basis for Detective Coons' questioning with the medical examiner and how he then investigated this case. As Alex Cox indicated, he shot the victim in self-defense. Okay, so Detective Coons was the dude that was in the medical examiner's autopsy, and he wanted the trajectory rods. Remember that? The trajectory. And you guys didn't get to see the trajectory rods, right?
But we saw the whatever was being displayed on the screen. Here's the thing with Lori is losing everybody with this argument about the trajectory and how close this bullet was to this shirt and this whatever that bamboo shirt. We get it, Lori. It's going nowhere with us. And I don't think it landed with the jury. In fact, they talk about that, the jurors. But if she's trying to prove, what was she trying to prove? That Charles rushed Alex and he shot him in self-defense, and then the second one was just because he kept coming. Lady, we're over that. We're past that. We're trying to see if you conspired to do something here, So that whole thing about all of that was like, it was part of that trial. It was like listening to that lady testify the other day in Karen's case about the blood alcohol stuff. It's like, what is the point of this? You know what I mean? I almost felt that way with this stuff. It's like, what are they even trying to prove here? Either side at this point. We know what happened. That's how I felt, watching it.
No, totally. So that's actually why I felt like Juror 15, Carl's first comments in his video interview were relevant, because he said, we see bullets and casings and we see a dead body, and we know that Alex shot him. What does that have to do with collusion? And that would be my first question as a juror. What does that have to do with collusion?
Yeah, because we know Alex shot him, right? They already knew that. So it's like, we already know Karen Reed was drunk. So why are we going back and forth all day long about some blood alcohol tests? We know already. So it's like the same thing
We know
here.
it was cold and snowy in Canton, Massachusetts on January 29th or
And the
whatever it
sample
was.
was taken hours after the alleged incident occurred.
And we know it was hot in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th, 2019. We know those things. We don't need to talk about those things like 400 times.
Yeah. So I don't think like I said, I don't even see the point of her wanting that in to start with. You know what I mean? I don't see how it would
All
help her. So what's her
Let's see if
next one?
let's see what we can figure out. Discovery violation on April 14th, 2025 during trial, which I was at. Ms. Trina K produced a hard drive containing the gray key information for Charles Vallow's cell phone. This, to me, may be the most valid point that Miss Lori has. The contents of the hard drive are exculpatory evidence. I don't know that that's true, but the defense has been requesting this evidence so that she could provide it to the independent expert for his review. This discovery disclosure occurred in the middle of trial. She has a valid point. I'm sorry, but you.
No, wait. Discovery violation occurred during the middle of trial.
Yes.
Lori knows Lori knows a little bit about disclosure violations. She got a big win in Idaho with a disclosure violation. She got the death penalty removed from the table in Idaho for this very reason. So I don't think she's got a case here. But if they provided her something mid-trial, when did she request it, though, Joe?
Well,
That's
she's
the thing.
requested.
See,
Okay,
that's the thing.
she has requested all discovery from day one. So
True, it
anything
should have already been turned over.
Yes. So the deal is with this particular cell phone extraction expert is that she claims in a previous court hearing, a pretrial hearing, that she was provided with the extraction report and not the actual extraction data.
Oh God, Jesus!
And she may be right. Like she
Okay,
may have a point.
no. If she got the report, the data existed. So reports are given. That's a standard. This is a nothing burger.
Was it a
Maybe.
nothing burger in Idaho when she wasn't provided with discovery? I'm just saying that.
She had. Yes. Here's the thing. If you read the latest documents with us, you'd know how much discovery she was actually provided with. It's overwhelming how much discovery the defense in the Brian Kohberger case really has received. And the great lengths the prosecution went to with a 365-page presentation of here you go, all labeled. That still wasn't good enough. So
that's Idaho 4, and they had what, 28 gigabytes or terabytes, 28 terabytes of data on that one. So let me walk you through this one and why she might have a good argument.
The only way you said that she did receive reports, right?
She received a report that was created from the data, but she didn't exactly receive the data itself.
Didn't receive the data. So let me okay. 9 times out of 10, reports are what you get. The actual raw data she may not have gotten. And then once she requested it, she received it. But she got the actual report where the data that came from that data. She's going to look at that data sheet and see. I understand. Okay, you're right.
This report says on April 14th, she just received that. That's 2 weeks ago. That's like in the middle of trial. That doesn't comply with discovery. It's got to be 30 days before trial.
Go look at the rules of discovery and find out how many times. Okay. Report all the reports. If she got the official, whatever they call their report, if she got that.
Not the report, the data.
I understand that, Joe, but she had to get, They developed the report from the raw data. I clearly understand that, hun. I'm saying once they reviewed that material, then they make an official readable report and produce it. That's what they use. That's standard. Now, if she wants the raw data, like Ann Taylor likes to get, she has to go make a separate discovery motion for it to receive the raw data. That's what I'm wondering when Lori did that. If she's already, if you say she's got the report, then she had the information all along. She just didn't have the raw data format, and I understand that. I want to
Okay,
know
so
when she requested it.
So let's talk a second about Cy Ray and this dude in Karen Reed trial, Whiffen, right? They created their own software to interpret the results of that raw data. So if you were a defense witness or expert, wouldn't you want the raw data to interpret for yourself and not just the report that Whiffen or Cy Ray provided to you from that?
Most defense attorneys would request that, but did Lori? When did she request it? Is what I'm asking. If she
shouldn't have to request it at all. It should be provided.
Okay, I understand that, but if she got, maybe you're right. Maybe they're supposed to produce the raw data along with their official reports. Maybe that's the way. I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm speculating. I'm just saying maybe she has the, like, of all of the points in this filing so far, I think this may be her best point. And I thought that when I sat there.
What law does she cite in this one?
Right. Just the rules of discovery. Just give me everything
There's no
you've got.
particular.
Give me
There's
everything.
no particular law she cites.
Nope.
No case. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So that was discovery violation
Good
number
luck,
C.
Lori, with that one.
Right.
Good luck, girl. Joe
So
said you got a shot. You go for it.
she got 10 hours from Lonnie Dworkin. Lonnie Dworkin is her cell phone expert in this, and I think that he has probably expended his 10 hours at this point. Like, I'm just guessing, but how long does it take you to extract and read reports from cell phone data extractions, and just from one phone? Like she said from the beginning, she just wants the data from Charles's phone that supposedly the Chandler PD has in their possession. So, I mean, he's got to have expended his 10 hours by now, and he's got to be donating his time. All right. Item D. All right. This is the most weak argument I see in all of this. Prosecutorial misconduct. On April 8th, the state elicited irrelevant, prejudicial, and improper character evidence when she asked Chandler Fire Captain Keller if he overheard any conversations with this defendant. That's interesting. Ms. Trina Kay asked Captain Keller on direct examination, "Did you overhear this defendant talking with police?" He responded in the affirmative, stating he overheard someone stating not getting invited to a pool party. I remember that.
Yeah.
Because of the commotion at the house or something, the statement caught this defendant off guard. I don't care if it caught you off guard. Like, there were probably lots of things that caught you off guard, Lori.
Oh my goodness. Caught off guard.
She was caught off guard. Maybe because you're not a lawyer. Maybe because you didn't question the witnesses. Maybe. Captain Keller indicated during his interviews with Chandler police just after this incident occurred that he only saw the male outside on the curb and did not mention even seeing this defendant. She's the one wording this filing. I can tell you right now. I know how she talks, and this is like her wording this. Her paralegal may have typed it up, but she worded it. During closing arguments, while addressing the justification defenses, Ms. Trina Kay told the jury that this defendant was not entitled to any of these self-defense instructions. Ms. Trina Kay also gave false statements by saying, Oh, she's accusing Ms. Trina K of giving false statements.
Oh, that's crazy.
I haven't seen this before, guys. This is like my real-time reaction. Gave false statements by saying Alex had no reason to be at this defendant's home and that this defendant told Alex to bring a gun. Ms. Trina K knew from previous testimony interviews and pretrial defense interviews that Summer had begged Alex to go over to this defendant's house because of Summer's concerns for this defendant's safety. Finally, Ms. Trina K commented several times on this defendant's demeanor during this incident, drive to police station on the body cameras, and told the jury, you did not see her cry in that interview, yet knowing there were portions of this defendant's interview that have been cut from the full interview admitted by the state where she sat in the room and did show emotion and can be seen grabbing a Kleenex.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, she grabbed a Kleenex. I'm not sure how to react.
I don't either. Like a Kleenex. Like if I had shot my husband, and I'm not saying anything about people who have husbands and people who don't, but if my brother had shot my husband, I probably would be grabbing more than a Kleenex. Like, okay, my dog crossed the Rainbow Bridge the end of July. So this is April, May, June, July, like 9.5 months ago. And I need more than a Kleenex when I think about him crossing the Rainbow Bridge. So I can't imagine your spouse being shot by your brother and you needing a Kleenex.
Yeah, well, she says that part was cut from the video.
It was.
Showing
her. She filed a motion for appeal.
So she thinks that they took out the part showing her emotion. And you look, I'm grabbing a Kleenex to wipe my tear. No, Lori. No, Lori.
Do we think that's really going to sway the jury? Right.
No, leave it in. But it's not surprising that it wasn't in there. But if she wants it in, let her have it in. But she's got to come up with a good argument to allow that in. Can't just put it on a piece of paper and say, I wanted this in. You said no. And they're going to be like, well, under review, Lori, we think you're right. No, she has to back that up with something, and she's going to fall short on.
Oh, damn, girl, you blew your nose? Oh, how did we not allow that in?
Oh, she's going to fall short on bringing the argument to back up her under these codes and rules that she's citing as she goes through these things.
She's throwing some stuff against the wall, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I see Nate Eaton's name.
What? Oh, it is in section E, paragraph E.
Oh, this is about Nate and Brandon being in the courtroom, Joe.
Mm-hmm. They were. Both of
them were. I know. Some backstory on that. Lori wanted these two kept out, and the court denied that, basically. She tried to cite them both as a witness for her or potential witness. But knowing she was not going to call them, it was a game for Lori. It was called keep Nate out of the courtroom. That's what she did there. So now what is she saying? Okay.
Nate came in, but he didn't bring me my t-shirt. Damn it, Nate.
Oh, it's just a t-shirt, Joe. It's okay. I'll buy you one. I need to have a merch shop, I guess. Everybody's got a damn merch shop. They got a merch shop.
Yes, East Idaho News does. But they have a new.
Well, I hear he's a millionaire, so you want me to go buy one of his shirts? Send to you, so you'll be satisfied.
All right. Man. I don't have any impartiality regarding East Idaho News, but Lori wants to talk about the court's lack of impartiality in paragraph E. The court precluded this defendant from presenting a defense by striking her witnesses, including but not limited to Nate Eaton and Brandon Boudreaux, before they were even called to the stand. So,
They didn't strike
Nate,
her witnesses like that. Not like she's
but Nate got
implicating.
a hearing. Nate got a hearing, and the judge
I
heard
know,
it. And
but
the
it's
judge
the
says
way.
he's in.
I know.
And with Brandon Boudreaux. So what happened, and I have this in my notes, is the judge didn't have a separate hearing, but I believe he called Brandon into his chambers. And we're like, let's have a little chat about this. Do you know anything about the shooting of Charles Vallow? And Brandon's like, no, I don't know anything about it. Judge is like, all right, he's stricken from the list too. So the judge struck Nate and Brandon from the defense witness list in the midst or early on of this trial, or even before the trial. Nate's hearing
It
was
was
before
right
the trial.
around. It was right days before the trial.
Well, Nate's was, but Brandon's was like day
Brandon's
one.
was. Yeah, I'm talking about Nate's, and
Yeah.
so because Nate got the filing made that he submitted and got everything taken care of because he had to scramble to get it taken care of because he wanted to be in the courtroom. He's like, "No, Lori, not today, devil. I'm Nate Eaton. You're not keeping me out." So she's mad. She's big mad that the judge ruled against her and allowed them to be stricken from her witness list, which meant they didn't have to leave the courtroom. They could be in there. So now she wants to make a big noise about that.
Well, she's included him and Brandon in a filing.
That's what I'm saying.
Specifically,
She's using that
yeah.
now in this filing as part of her reason for a new trial. She doesn't believe the judge she doesn't believe the judge ruled fairly on this.
Specifically, before testimony began, the court required the defendant to establish on the record what relevancy her witnesses would present. And yes, he did. He's like, well, what relevancy does Brandon have? What relevancy does Nate have? And she's like, I don't want to disclose my defense arguments right now. This required this defendant to state in front of the prosecutor her defense strategy. This is not required under the law of any rule of evidence. Any rule of evidence. She's so broad with her
This
statements.
is a broad statement, right? Right. She's going to cover all the bases with her broad statement.
Every
Ma'am,
state, every
which rule of
country,
evidence?
like what
Which rule of
celestial
evidence?
what celestial kingdom rule are you citing here?
She doesn't know.
During cross-examination of a civilian witness, Serena Sharp, we all remember that testimony, in relation to testimony regarding
That was
religious.
that lady that spoke real softly.
Yes,
Like
and
she was afraid to say something, and she just, whatever. Oh my gosh, with her, I couldn't.
I don't think Lori crossed her either. I don't think Lori cross-examined her. I think that was one of like the two.
Yeah, that lady got on my nerves bad.
But she's the one that talked about the ladies' meetings where they were like where Alex like ran around saying he just wished he could kill Charles, and
she's the one that overheard those statements.
Right.
Allegedly made by Alex at the meeting with the women who were about to, open up portals and stuff. That lady.
So during cross-examination of Serena Sharp in relation to testimony regarding religious, she says believes, it's supposed to be religious beliefs. The court commented during the prosecutor's objection to relevancy, stating, I guess to the extent that you are comparing yourself to these biblical figures, I will allow it. So she was comparing herself to the exalted beings that are listed in the Bible and the Book of Mormon.
We know Lori thinks that she's above all of us. Well,
Right.
Whatever word you want to use, Lori thinks that she's Jesus' favorite. She told us that, I'm his favorite. And she thinks she's above all of us. No matter what your belief system is, Lori's better than you. Lori's beliefs are better than yours, and God has chosen her. She is a chosen one, and she firmly believes it.
So part of the state's case was to establish that this defendant had stepped outside of the Mormon religion, and I would say the mainstream Mormon religion, because we know there have been other cult offshoots from the LDS
She's
Church.
talking about mainstream is what she's alluding
Yes,
to here.
exactly. By claiming she was a translated being, specifically in text messages saying she would be like Nephi, that these messages were nothing more than part of the conspiracy to kill Charles Vallow. This defendant attempted to establish that being translated, the defendant attempted to establish that being translated was a regular part of the Mormon religion. Oh my gosh, people. All right, I gotta use my Adobe,
What?
my professional OB PDF. This defendant,
Yeah.
check this highlight. This defendant attempted to establish that being translated was a regular part of the Mormon religion and thus a relevant line of questioning.
And she's right. And I didn't agree because we can, it's easier to sell this, not sell it, that's the wrong word because that sounds conspiratorial. It's easier to prove this if it's like almost an offshoot versus a mainstream religion. Because you're fighting a whole other entity there. And from what I've listened to, because I'm not Mormon, thank goodness. But from what I've listened to, some of their teachings, I've always known about a lot of their teachings. Never wanted to deep dive all that, but I've known about it. I've seen the things that have happened in the past, cult-like situations and other things. And I thought, damn. And then it just kept getting, I guess it grew over the years. And, we got Jody Hildebrandt over here doing whatever she wants. And the church recommending people to go see therapist Jody because they held her in high regard. All those things. Yeah, that statement's not wrong. Doesn't mean that's what caused what happened to JJ and Tylee. Because Chad began to incorporate things into his belief system. That he was a prepper. Chad was prepping for the end of time. They teach you to do that. If I'm not, am I wrong, Joe? Are they taught to prep as well? But it's for like the coming of Christ or whatever, end of times, whatever you call it. Prepping's a big deal.
The prepping that we did, hold on. The prepping that we did when I was a child and a teenager was the church taught you to try and have a 6-month supply of food for any emergency, like any type of a
any emergency, not a zombie attack, any emergency. So that's very much a real thing that was taught there. Chad was into all that. He was teaching all that. Plus, you incorporated his actual Mormon beliefs and LSD stuff. And then he met some other people along the way. He met Julie Rowe, and he began to incorporate her spirituality and channeling and going on journey, opening portals, things that are not devil worshiping. He took that and incorporated it. And then as he began to dive into that world, it led him to other worlds that weren't so nice, maybe. And he incorporated a little bit of that.
So
and there you have it. His brand of religion for his cult, right?
We're probably going to have to do a little bit of a dive into Julie Rowe because I honestly don't know thing one about her. But you've mentioned her, and Kresha has mentioned her, and Janelle has mentioned her, And now I'm thinking like that may be like the next direction I need to take to like look into that girl.
Yeah, because I moved well beyond Lori and Chad's sex shit show a long time ago. Like, what happened here? People want to know what happened. Well, I'm going to go try to figure it out. I've been looking at it for a long time. For a long time. It's not like new. It's something I've known about Julie Rowe and all the other things for a long, long time. It's just piecing it all together and looking at what they were doing, their podcasts, all these people, these players, and what this real cult they were forming and had actually. Look at the links they went to lie for Lori, and look at Helper, both Melanies. Come on. You know, y'all knew something was wrong. They knew something was wrong with the children, but they believed in the religious aspect. The thing about it was Lori and their beliefs, if we're to believe that they were a cult, they had to believe in something. What they believed in is those bodies did no longer possess the soul of the actual human. Charles was gone the minute Ned took over. So they weren't harming Charles. They were harming Ned and getting him out of Charles was already gone and set free at that point. And if you buy what they're selling, same thing with the kids. That's why Lori said at the end of her trial in Idaho, nobody was murdered here because they were no longer in those human form bodies. They'd already departed those bodies. And the demons or whatever, spirits, whatever she called them, were there. And we had to get rid of those things. That's what we did. And I don't know. That's the way I look at it.
It's so convoluted. It's so twisted.
It's not really at its core.
Yeah.
Because they're not the first ones to form a cult. They're not the first ones to harm children in the name of Jesus Christ. They're not. And they're not going to be the last ones either. It's happening right now, probably. There's probably a sick child in this country right now whose parents refuse to go to the doctor because Jesus doesn't like it. But that's their decision, I guess.
It's so crazy when we sit here and look at a legal court document that we can make a connection between this legal court document and that type of sick thinking, right? Like
and that's the sick thinking. That's a good way to put it, Joe, because there's a lot of sick thinking out there, right? We just don't always know about it. When we do, it's like, oh my God. Why do people do the things they do, you know? And there's always if you look beyond the surface of it all, right? Because I remember I got so annoyed first time around in Idaho when I tried to have discussions about the religion aspect and what was going on over there. A lot of people were talking about the loin fire and the sex and the money and all of these things. And that was the whole reason, because these two had the hots for each other so bad they just couldn't stand it. So we got to get rid of everybody around us, go run off to the sunset and sell books and make money. It's like, no, wait, whoa, hold up. That was bonuses. There was so much more to it. And that's the crazy part. There was so much more to it. We're used to people running off together and harming their spouses because they want to go be with their new love or whatever. We've gotten, used to that, unfortunately, but not a mother doing this to her children. Why else would she do that other than some crazy you know what I mean? It made some more sense. It made sense that was the only reason, but it really isn't the only reason.
I still have not been able to grasp the transition from Lori Daybell, Lori Vallow, as being a decent, maybe even good mom to JJ and Tylee, to being this whacked out cult mom killer, which is what that's not my label, that's the media's label. But like, how did she get from point A to point B? I think
it was a slow ride. I think it was a slow ride. I think Lori already had mental disturbances. That's, I think there was something already going on with Lori, and looking for that key to happiness maybe at all times for husband number 4 was Charles.
We gotta look
I
at
don't
Carla's comment though, because Carla says she was never a great mom, and I have heard differently from other
I've heard
family
from
members.
family members. I'm going by what Kay Woodcock has said. What I've heard Crescia say. Kay said Lori was normal. Lori had 2 kids, JJ and Colby. Lori was a good mom. Every time she was around her, Kay would never have let her adopt JJ if she thought Lori Vallow wasn't going to be a good mom. Regardless of what Charles wanted, she would have been like, no, honey, your girl's not a cutout to be a mom. Do you know what I mean? So what happened and when? And when did she start going to the deep end? Because I think it was a gradual pull, honestly. By the time she met up with, Chad and Melanie Gibb and the gang, she was there for it, unfortunately.
Yeah. So if she was what we're basing our opinion on, family members' comments about her originally being a decent to good mom, there was a transition somewhere in there, right? Where she became an
Definitely.
entirely evil human being.
I mean, Charles spells that out for us. By the time he wouldn't have wanted to adopt that baby with her. If there were issues, he would have left him right there with Kay. But he was willing to raise the 2 she already had. He was willing to take on JJ too. I think he loved being this family man, and not everybody takes on a child like that. They didn't even know JJ had the problems back then when they adopted him. He was a baby. They did not know the problems JJ had in his future coming. No one did. But Kay thought, this is Kay's words, she says it in an interview, that it wasn't an easy decision, an overnight thing, but they were younger. Lori was younger. Lori had other children. They could offer JJ so much of a family unit. Kay was like, retire, go. So it made sense to let them adopt JJ. He wasn't going anywhere. He was a big part of the family. It was her brother adopting him. Do you know what I mean? So it was a very normal family situation was happening there. And then some point, we see, Lori's gone, and then Charles ends up begging for help, telling them she's gone off the deep end. Charles would be the best one to tell us that timeline. Do you know what I mean, Joe?
Like
Charles
yes.
knows that damn timeline, and unfortunately, we'll never know.
Nope. Everybody in that house is now passed away, except for the one person who's going to jail forever for it.
Yeah. Well, the man closest to her during her evolvement, if you want to put it that way, would have been Charles. And that's what was the demise. That was the end of their marriage to begin with, was that, all of that, her going that direction, right? And when he didn't play along and go with her.
No, he texted, the Lori that I used to know, I don't even know anymore, right? Something like that. I don't even know her anymore. Yeah.
And when he didn't agree with her new way of thinking, that was a problem for her. It was either come with me or I'm going to fight you every step of the way. And so she started fighting him. Do you know what I mean? That's what it felt like.
Yep.
Oh, crazy lady.
Yeah, crazy lady. Let's get on with
she's sick. Yeah, let's finish that.
There we go. Boom. That works. Let's finish her sick court filing. We're almost there. Argument and authority. The Arizona rules of criminal procedure provide that a court may grant a new trial when a juror or jurors have committed misconduct by quote unquote receiving evidence not properly admitted during trial. Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure 24.1 C3A. Additionally, a new trial is appropriate if, quote unquote, for any other reason not due to the defendant's own fault, the defendant has not received a fair and impartial trial. So we're down to paragraph 2, subsection A. The defendant is entitled to a new trial because the jury received and consulted extraneous evidence. Once a defendant shows the jury received and consulted extraneous information, prejudice may be presumed and a new trial must be granted unless the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt the information did not taint the verdict. So let's talk about that for a second, because juror number 15 is an issue, right? And he may have done some type of researching online or listening to something that he shouldn't have been listening to in the last couple of days before trial, when he said, I felt sorry for her because she was serving 3 life sentences.
And
But did that taint his opinion?
Did he know why she was serving them 3 life sentences?
Well, but did his eventual opinion change? He
I don't
voted
know
for
if
her
his
to be
opinion.
guilty.
I'm not what.
He
Yeah,
voted for her to be guilty, not guilty.
I
Like
know. My thought wasn't
if he
about
felt,
guilt or innocence. I'm thinking, why does he feel sorry for her? What prompted him to say that? I feel sorry for her. She's serving 3 lives. Well, did you find out why? Dude, sit down. So yeah, I get it, Joe. I get what you were saying. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But I'm thinking,
No,
what the hell is this? What is
you're
this
good.
guy even talking about anymore?
Why would you feel sorry for somebody that killed her children?
3
Why would you
people
feel
convicted of 3 people, mister. Not conspiracy. 3 people. So, but you feel sorry for her. What?
No.
That's weird.
Salty, I love you, girl, but if you were convicted of killing 3 people, I wouldn't feel sorry for you.
You're convicted, right? Not just maybe. Well, let's go to trial and see first. Because I wouldn't blame you for that. We preached that. So I'd be like, okay, cool, Joe. Let me know at the end what you think, buddy. You know, but hell, yeah, I wouldn't expect you to, man. Because I would not be I'd be side-eyeing you if you had 3 convictions, you know.
Yeah,
I'm like,
absolutely.
yeah, Joe.
As well you should be. Yes.
Right? Girls, y'all got a guy that comes into your life and he's got about 3 convictions. Say bye. Bye, baby. It's nice talking to you for a minute. Make that be one of your key questions you ask going forward. So how many prior convictions do you have?
How many life sentences are you serving?
I got a whole list of things, right? I need health records. I need all kinds of stuff. But that's going to be one going forward. I already knew a couple to ask: probation, things like that. How much alcohol do you consume on a regular basis? All the key things that are important to me. I don't ask nobody that stuff because I'm not looking for nobody. But if I did, I got a whole list. They may not be ready for this.
They may not be. Page 6, the court
Probably
held
aren't.
So she's citing a bunch of case law here. That's interesting. So she's been doing her research.
She done made a request for some books.
The court held that since the federal convictions were based on the same series of acts as were at the issue in the state prosecution, evidence of the prior convictions is inherently prejudicial. Okay. When a juror does not base his verdict on evidence developed at trial. Okay, juror number 15, we're looking at you, dude. We're looking at you and your post-conviction statements. Pay special attention to this. When a juror does not base his verdict on evidence developed at trial, he violates the fundamental integrity of all that is embraced in the constitutional concept of trial by jury. Such misconduct.
Right.
Such misconduct, and we all believe in that, right? Like that's
I can't argue with that at all.
No.
It all
Such
depends on what he
misconduct.
says about when he knew that information. It all
Yep.
rides on what he says.
And what can be proven after he says what he says.
Well, if he admits that he did, you got a mistrial. Simple as that.
That means I'm going to
But if
have to
he
extend.
denies it, I don't know what
Yeah.
will happen. Right? I don't know.
He denied it when he was called before the judge the second time. He's like, nope, I was just texting my daughter. That's all I
No,
was doing.
was he asked specifically that second time? Did you just Google the case?
He was asked, what were you doing on your phone? And he said, I was texting my daughter. She had just woken up.
Well, maybe that wasn't the day he found out, Joe. He said it was the day before.
Oh, no. This was early on. So he's had 4.
Oh, I know that, but I
so,
thought you meant that
yeah.
he was looking at the case back then.
No.
Maybe.
Well, he had those very specific medical questions that he did ask immediately after he was caught on his phone. He had
I'm saying you don't. What I'm getting at is he didn't learn about her prior convictions
Oh, no.
at that time. Right? Exactly.
But
Yeah.
maybe he was exhibiting a tendency to Google
go
about
there.
the case.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I can see the pattern. I see it. I was just clarifying for my brain.
We all need clarification.
I have to stay on track.
Such misconduct by jury members denies criminal defendants the right under the 6th and 14th Amendment to confront and cross-examine his or her accusers about that extrinsic evidence. The defendant's advisory counsel, so that's Pamela Hicks and then the dude, his name is Abernathy, I think, and the court both received evidence that the defendant, okay, this is a strong statement. Holy cow. All right, I got to highlight this. Boom, highlighter. The defendant's advisory counsel, I think that's supposed to be COUNCIL, and the court both received evidence that the jury's verdict was tainted when Juror 15 spoke during his interview with Fox 10 News, disclosing that he had learned of her prior conviction seemingly one day prior to the admonition being lifted. That was what my little video clip was about, because it did seem that way, seemingly.
Yeah.
Subject to interpretation and investigation. I think he's going to be investigated. I really do.
Oh, there's no thinking about it. He's already been talked to. The minute the court was notified, they were on it.
Because it is clear Juror 15 had information he was not entitled to know prior to conducting deliberations, the burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this information did not taint the verdict. The state will not be able to meet this burden, and this defendant is entitled to a new trial. Lori, are you seriously going to take us through a whole nother trial? Are you seriously?
Yeah.
Even if an offending, go ahead.
I don't know what their rules are there, how seriously they take violations by the jury, right? And they can't prove, it'll be hard to prove that him looking the case up or looking the name up of Lori Vallow, whatever he did there, did that impact his verdict? That's the question. Right? Once you saw that.
I think the answer lies in the fact that he said, I felt sorry for her.
That statement. So that meant he was okay. So take away what caused him to feel sorry for her, the 3 lives, right? But he voted guilty. So how did that impact his verdict?
Right. So he felt sorry for her, but not enough sorry for her to vote her not guilty.
Exactly. You're right. So you're right. So see, it's probably going to go nowhere, right? But she has the right to flag it. They had to produce it to her. because he did say it, and it has to be looked into. Now, proven jury, misconduct, jury tampering and jury misconduct are two different things. Misconduct's when your jury acts up. Somebody on the jury done acted a fool and done something they shouldn't have, like this guy, possibly. So I don't know how. We'll have to wait and see. You got to keep an eye on the records and see if she fought what comes down the. Do you get to see the prosecution's replies and all that on your court? Where you look at all that? Because I don't. I've never tried to gain access to Lori's records. You keep up with those. I got Idaho's. I got records out the yin yang. So I've been letting you keep up with all the Lori ones. But yeah, I just have to keep an eye on what's being filed and see what her next move is. What's the prosecution's next move? Because they got to come in now with a reply to this, right?
Yes, right. The state.
Yeah, the state will. Mm-hmm. We'll see if she gets granted a hearing on any of the elements within the order, or with the request rather. I'm sorry. He could strike some of the elements out and keep some in. You know what I mean? And hold a hearing on those if they feel. There's many different ways they could deal with it. But I don't know the ins and outs of Arizona.
Okay. Yep. This is the last submittal that we have on this. Let's keep reading. It's even if an offending juror may not have influenced the other jurors, unanimity is required to convict a criminal defendant in the state of Arizona, and the jurors' conclusions may have been different had the juror not consulted extraneous sources. These are all good points. In Cornell, a juror looked up definitions that were neither admitted into evidence nor included in the trial's instructions. The juror testified that he was confused and undecided. Reference to dictionary definitions by jurors is usually considered a harmless error. However, the appellate court found now maybe I want some apple pie. The appellate court found that this was not a harmless error and that the defendant was entitled to a new trial. Holy cow. Similar to the juror in Cornell, Juror 15, she keeps referencing Juror 15. So I'm just going to say this once, but never in that Fox 10 video, and I downloaded the entire 7-hour transcript, do they reference juror number 15? So how did they find out this guy, Carl? Okay, we've already talked about it. We don't need to talk about it more. You told me.
The court identified him to her as juror 15, and then his name was provided.
Stated he had information neither admitted into evidence nor included in the trial court's instructions. Even more egregious than in Cornell. Okay, so she had help from her advisory council in this, because they're citing this case. Let's go back up and look at Cornell. State versus Cornell, Arizona. It's a 1992 case. So they're citing this multiple times in this juror misconduct allegation. Similar to the juror in Cornell, Juror 15 stated he had information neither admitted into evidence nor included in the trial court's instructions. Yes, you did, Carl. Yes, you did, number Juror 15. Why did you do that? Even more egregious than in Cornell was that this information learned was that this defendant had prior homicide convictions. As in Poland, this information is inherently prejudicial, as these prior convictions directly related to this prosecution. At this time of writing of this motion, it is not known if Juror 15 shared this information with the other jurors. It sounded to me like the other two gals that were interviewed said no, they didn't know about it, and I believe them 100%. However, what is clear is that Juror 15 did not follow the admonition and notify the court of him having learned of this information, so an inquiry could have been conducted prior to the deliberations. These actions directly violated the court's instructions and could have factored into Juror 15's verdict, if not multiple jurors' verdicts. In fact, Juror 15 noted that up until the day of closing arguments, this is a pretty big comment that he made before the media. In fact, Juror 15 noted that up until the day of closing arguments, he would have voted not guilty. Given this, the state is unable to prove that Juror 15's misconduct did not taint his and potentially other jury members' verdicts.
No other jurors were affected.
God, but I'm sick to my stomach.
And the way she worded that wasn't exactly how that went down, but okay. Yeah, I mean, it's enough that people should be a little worried about it, especially if he admits that he did find out information the day before. But then they're going to want to, is there really a way to know if it affected the outcome of his verdict? Not everybody else's, his. Because I don't believe everybody else knew about this unless he told them. But I honestly don't think he told them. So I don't know for sure.
Hold on. THX, what are you getting at here?
What?
Why would Joe Schmoe jump on this situation with Carl and immediately make a video about it the same day? Because that was my honest, real-time reaction, THX. Because I'm not a paid reporter, but I'm kind of a social media reporter and an investigative reporter. And when I see something like this that concerns me, I want people to know about it. Is that good enough? Is that an adequate response, Salty?
Yeah, but we don't know where this person who saw it and notified the court saw it themselves. They could have seen it on that local news media clip where we saw it, where Joe saw it. They may not have even seen it on YouTube at all. But yeah, it was out there on on news media. I don't think Joe's video of highlighting what the man said is the reason Lori knows about it. That's all I'm going to say on it. Yeah.
All right. We done. We moving on.
Yeah.
THX, I am a real down-to-earth person, and I'm just doing what I do. So if you got questions, I'm happy to answer them. And if you have hard questions, I'm happy to answer those too. Like I don't just answer the soft questions, but I hope I answered that one sufficiently. All right. So we are under part 2. Gosh darn, we got to scroll all the way up. Part 2, paragraph. We already read that. We read page 7, paragraph B. Part 2, paragraph B. Preclusion of Tylee Ryan and Alex Cox statements, and because the court allowed expert testimony without a Rule 702 ruling, this defendant is entitled to a new trial. A new trial is appropriate if, for any other reason, not due to the defendant's own fault, the defendant has not received a fair and impartial trial. By precluding Tylee and Alex's statements, this defendant was prevented from presenting part of her defense at trial, and thus she did not receive a fair and impartial trial. The court made a pretrial ruling that at least to Alex Cox's statements, it would make a statement-by-statement ruling. Instead, this defendant was even precluded. Did we look at this already? For this basis, the defendant is entitled to a new trial, or is this like a repeat of something that was earlier in the document?
A little bit of both. Hang on. THX, we had a whole conversation about how the media mobs jurors and how it's not right. You know, we had a little conversation about that earlier in the show. And capitalizing, you know, if you're don't come in hot with that kind of talk. Like, really, there's no place for it. It was a video with some captions and the man's words, and it's out there on YouTube, like a lot of things. So,
do you really think that Fox 10's interview with juror number 15 would not have been picked up by anybody else? You heard the whoever the guy was in the background at the end of that interview said, "What did he just say?" So it's, I mean,
it's, you know what it is, Joe? This is welcome to the YouTube streets, because there's literally going to be one out there, and we have to, you're not going to take up the energy of the community. Let's just put it that way. It's not worth it. So you feel your way. Okay. But does it, you know, Joe didn't cause anything. Joe doesn't cause a mistrial. That's all on that guy, juror 15. It's literally on him. So you can be upset that Joe did the video, but I'm going to fail to see why you're so upset about it.
Well, I had a really good half-hour conversation this morning with somebody who is a crime beat reporter for a big newspaper. And this person told me to be myself and present the news how I see it. And that is objectively, that's how I see the news. And that's how I reported this. So I feel 100% that Lori is guilty and that this verdict was a just verdict. But that doesn't give me the ability as an objective news reporter to ignore a juror's misconduct. If you ignore a juror's misconduct, you are not helping justice to be served. Like, the whole fact that this guy has been before the judge 3 times and had an interaction with me and with the public and then went on and did this, that's not on me, and I'm not going to take it on me. I will not. That's not on me. That's on juror 15. That's on you, Carl. And Carl,
well, you get, I don't know if this is like a trolley account or what's going on with it. I'm the only mod that I see right now. I may be mistaken. So I'm just watching chat, and you carry on, and I can't control anything because I'm on panel, but I can stop and address it if need be.
yeah.
I just want chat to have a good.
THX has been a good account. Like I have appreciated comments from THX.
I don't know the account. I'm not familiar with the account. They're entitled to their thoughts and opinions on it. I just making sure chat's okay. The community is good. That's my only. I'm used to people having different opinions. That's your show. I'll just keep an eye
THX,
on
I know
chat.
you're not a troll. I know you're not a troll.
I'm not calling you one. That's not what I meant. I'm just modding from afar, I guess, making sure chats. I just saw a comment from another chatter and just want to make sure there was everybody's being respectful or whatever.
No, but THX, you did say if I didn't jump on it, then how would we have known about it? Because it's like in the public. It's in the public stream. Like, I'm nobody. I have 1,500 subscribers. So if I didn't publish it on there, somebody else would have. Like you heard from Fox 10. You heard from Fox 10. That guy said, "What did he just say?" So don't put it on me. I'm not accepting it.
Yeah, the media heard that statement immediately and had a comment. Like Joe said, the guy said, "What'd he say?" They were already on it. You know, Joe just provided it to the YouTube streets. You know, Fox 10 provided it to the masses. So there you go. Nate Eaton did as well.
Right.
It's just media, man. It's just, you know, I'm not going to comment on it any further. I'm just going to.
Yep. We can move on.
I digress.
Yep. Social media can make us digress, but we can also be responsible for.
I'm fine. That's why I digress.
Exactly. We got it. We got it. I got you and you got me.
That's right.
All right, page 8 of 13. The bottom of page 8, discovery violation that occurred in the middle of the trial. And title, put an S in there. Like, how hard is that to put in it? Entitles this defendant to a new trial. Just put an S in there, girl. Discovery rules are designed to implement and not impede fair and speedy trial rights. On April 14, 2025, during trial, Ms. Trina K produced a hard drive containing the gray key. Okay, this is the gray key that we talked about before. The gray key is the actual raw data extracted from Charles Vallow's cell phone. So Gray Key and Celebrate are like sister softwares, but they're not identical. So Gray Key is the exact raw data taken from his cell phone. She was not given that in her first in the first discovery. She wasn't given this until, let's look at this, April 14th. So the defense has been requesting this evidence so that she could provide it to her independent, it's supposed to be independent investigator. She forgets another word. She misses a word here, a letter there. The state's discovery violation is 1, the importance of the evidence, which the defendant was deprived. Cross-examination.
Deprived what?
Deprived of for cross-examination. She forgot 2 words in there. Like,
okay, well, I'm gonna move past her words.
okay.
What was that sentence though?
The state's discovery violation is the importance of the evidence of which the defense was deprived for cross-examination. So she's saying she didn't get the Gray Key raw data, so she was deprived of discovery evidence.
Yeah, apparently so.
I'm not disagreeing with this argument at all yet.
I know. I'm not. I know. I got to do more research before we have another debate on the argument because I might win.
Okay.
Okay. It's on.
I'm down for it. Let's go.
Okay. These cell phone guys, man. I don't trust these cell phone guys.
Number 2, the state manifested the surprise and prejudice to the opposing party. I have no idea what that means. The state manifested the surprise and prejudice to the opposing party. Number 3, the violation was motivated by bad faith, which neither the court nor the state corrected. And 4, the many other relevant factors that the state saw depriving the defendant of her constitutional and statutory rights. Would you care to name one, Lori? Lawyer Lori, can you name one constitutional right that you were deprived of? She can't. All right.
No.
So, all right, we're on page 9. We're getting there. Paragraph D, I think this is section 2, paragraph D. Acts of the prosecutorial misconduct entitles this defendant to a new trial. Hold on, I gotta check chat. Check chat.
Check what? Oh.
Check chat. I gotta check chat. I'm just gonna be like, what's
check
going
chat.
on in chat? Is everybody
Girl,
behaving?
you know I do. I think they are.
All right, good deal.
I believe so.
THX, we can agree to disagree. But
yeah. I agree with some things.
Yeah, I do. THX has actually made some very good points from time to time. So no, THX is not a troll account. But I'm also not somebody who just jumped all over this as a social media creator.
But to be fair though, so I get their reason for questioning this situation because you did as well, right? You don't want to know that did I do something that not caused something, but highlighted something. But literally you didn't do that. Right? You did for YouTube streets, for the true crime community. There's the difference. You knew what you put out on YouTube I hope you knew wasn't going to reach mainstream media level, even though the clip was used on News Nation's little piece. I think the producers found it on YouTube, had the captions, so convenient, we're using this one. And I know they used it on that other channel. Beyond that, you know, nobody on Nate Eaton's piece, except for the shout out, you know, would know where that came from or going to even remember it 2 seconds later once the news stops talking about it to go Google it or find you or whatever. So the percentage of what you did stayed within the YouTube true crime community. Most of the time it does. What the media does, mainstream, goes to much broader audience, right? So I can't be convinced what you making a video highlighting something that actually happened is a reason for anything.
Well, I think the conversation I had this morning was relevant to me in the fact that social media is different than quote unquote mainstream news media, and we're still figuring that out. What are the differences?
We are. That's what I've been saying for 2 years of just covering true crime alone. People are still figuring it out, figuring out when to push the envelope, when not to, figuring out what, as far as your own personal integrity of what you're willing to put out there that may, you know what I mean? Not that you're going to not feed a narrative or anything like that. You don't want to ever be that person as a creator on YouTube. I don't. I don't want to be an
figuring
echo
out
chamber
when to be subjective and objective. And I
Right.
thought that little clip I put together, that's like 30 seconds long, was completely objective. All I did was add captions to what this dude said. And I was like, we should pay attention to this. Like, look at what he's saying here. Like, do we have an issue
It's
with
still,
this?
you thought, but the thing is, it's going to stay right here within the YouTube community. Not every clip you make in the future is going to end up on a Nate Eaton piece for 30 seconds, right? It might, depends on how big your YouTube channel gets, but for the most part, right now, this stuff is staying right here in YouTube. People just are, you know, not everybody's into true crime. People aren't coming here just for Lori Vallow information, because if they get curious just and are not true crimers, they're just going to Google the name. They're not going to think to go to YouTube and look this lady up. What could possibly be on YouTube about this lady? I'm going to Google her name, and then it may lead them to some YouTube videos. You know that's how that works. So it's just, you know, excuse me. But you did it objectively. It wasn't like you were coming out throwing popcorn going, look, this guy just caused a mistrial and all this stuff. It wasn't.
And I think that's where I want to be. I want to be objective, and I want to just be like, here are the facts, and you guys decide for yourselves. That's where I want to be.
Well, I think there's a lot of people out here that feel that way. You know, there's a lot of good people on YouTube that do that every day. The ones I watch anyway. Otherwise, I don't need to watch them. If I don't feel like they're doing the best they can and doing a good job of it, then what am I watching for?
Right. All right. Let's keep going with this document. Acts of prosecutorial misconduct entitles this defendant to a new trial. A new trial is appropriate if, for any other reason not due to the defendant's own fault, the defendant has not received a fair and impartial trial. That's not subjective at all. Y'all want to offer your subjective opinion on that?
This it's boring.
Right. Yes, it's repetitive.
This part, yeah.
Yes. This includes prosecutorial misconduct. The statement elicited from Captain Keller was irrelevant and prejudicial to this defendant. Yet Ms. Trina K. purposefully asked this witness if he overheard any statements. Second, it is improper for a prosecutor to misstate the law or evidence during closing arguments. Ms. Trina K. stated this defendant was not entitled to self-defense instructions. I don't remember that. Do you remember
Do
Miss
what?
K? Ms. Trina K stated this defendant was not entitled to self-defense instructions. Do you remember that?
Said she wasn't entitled.
To self-defense instructions.
I know, I get that part, but she said she wasn't entitled. When did she say that? What would
She
make
says
her
during
not
closing.
entitled?
She says during closing arguments, Ms. K stated that during
I
closing
don't.
arguments.
I know. Okay. So I don't remember that either.
No, I don't either.
She said Kay said that about her.
Yes.
Huh. I'd have to go back and listen again, dude. I covered. I'm on. As soon as Lori ended, Karen Reed began. So
Right.
remembering particulars
Yep.
right now is not easy. Plus, I've snuck in 3 court hearings in the middle of all that. So yeah, I'm like, what court hearing? What court date? Who? What was the defendant's name again?
It was. Yeah. I do not remember that specifically. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I definitely want to go back and listen now that she's claiming it specifically in a court document. She's claiming it specifically. So maybe she did. Maybe Ms. K said that she can't claim self-defense. She did. Ms. K attacked all of her defense theories. So
on the self-defense thing, because I didn't.
Not just self-defense, all of them, like third party.
Well, I'd have to read that whole piece again.
Yes.
I have a copy of it. I'll have to read that again to make it.
I'll do that. I'll take that on. I'll get that. Ms. Trina K also gave false statements. Wow. In her closing argument by stating Alex had no reason to be at this defendant's home, and this defendant told him to bring a gun and extra ammo. He also said something she doesn't state in here, that he brought a loaded gun into a home with an autistic child. There is no evidence, there's no foundation to claim that it was a loaded gun. A gun and ammo, yes, he brought in. But Ms. Trina K knew from previous testimony interviews and pretrial defense interviews that Summer had begged Alex to go over to the defendant's home because of Summer's concerns for the defendant's safety. Lastly, commenting on this defendant's demeanor. Specifically,
so if she gets a new trial, I need Summer and Melanie to get their tails to court.
Yeah.
Because I'm done playing with y'all.
Which Melanie? Which Melanie? Melanice or Melody G?
I need both of them. I need both. I got a sister with I got that name. So anyway, I need both of them Melanies on the stand. Got questions for both of you. And Zulema, you get in line as well, honey. We need to have a meeting in the ladies' room. All of you women. I got questions for that little cauldron. Yeah, I know what was going. I know what was happening right there. I see you. Hold up my fingers like a cross. I see you, ladies.
I see you last Tuesday. See you last Tuesday. See you next Tuesday. All right. Lastly, commenting on this defendant's demeanor, specifically stating this defendant did not cry during her police interview, was an improper comment. Come on, put your letters in there, gal. As she had cut this portion out of the exhibit that she called a full interview. All of these comments add up to prosecutorial misconduct. Section E, a defendant may move for a new trial based on the court's lack of impartiality. State versus Medina, a 1999 case. While under the law, a trial court is presumed to be impartial and free from bias, right? We all assume that. This defendant can rebut this by the preponderance of the evidence by showing the court. The preponderance of the evidence, Lori, you said in your opening, the evidence will show, the evidence will show, the evidence will show, the evidence will show, and you didn't show shit, girl. Like, I'm sorry, but there is no preponderance of evidence. There is no evidence on the defense's side at all. There's zero. None. No
Yeah,
witnesses.
the way you,
no-
yeah, nothing. There's nothing there to back up no self-defense, except the word of Alex and her words. Tylee's didn't. Nothing Tylee said indicated. I'm gonna leave this child alone. Go back to Lori and Alex's ass. Yeah. Good luck with that. There, I don't buy no self-defense, or I don't buy a self-defense theory here. I never did when I began to look at the case. You know what I mean? Way back um, when it came out that this was happening, because I followed all her other cases. But yeah, it's like I don't care. She can bring. I don't think none of this stuff's gonna land hard. I think a lot of this sounds like stuff for appeal, right? Except for the Juror 15 incident. And she came out the gate with that on this filing. Will the judge rule and tell her all this other stuff's something you got to argue on appeal? Or this stuff doesn't warrant a new trial? I don't know.
She said it does. She said it does.
She thinks it does. I get that. I fully get that. But so with that said, it really depends on the law in Arizona. And I don't know enough about their darn laws. Thanks to Lori, I know a lot more about Idaho. And then Koberger came along, and oh boy, I know a whole lot more about Idaho. And Chad, look, I got a lot of experience in Idaho. I don't got any over here in Arizona, so I don't know what their normal way of doing things would be. So I don't know if they're under their codes and their rules. And so yeah, she's not citing any though, hardly. She's not
Nope.
saying it under Arizona code, this, and this, and citing cases that are relevant to what she's talking about. I'm not seeing that. So I don't think she's got a whole lot to go on except maybe. I hope so. Because she's got some good talking points, Joe, but she doesn't have the legal mind and the knowing how to find that legal backing to back it up.
She can't bring them home. Like she
And
can't bring them home.
right. And even if she did, it doesn't mean she's got a case. And is she a little bit, look what I achieved in Idaho. I got the death penalty off the table over there, prosecution sanctions and all that, failure to turn over disclosure. Well, that was a one-off. And everybody kept saying, oh, Ann Taylor is filing all these disclosures in Idaho. I'm like, well, if Idaho's smart, they'll take a lesson out of Lori Vallow's case, and they won't do that again. And so far, they haven't.
Jamie, that's an interesting comment. I thought she waived her rights to a new trial by representing herself. Not necessarily. She waived her right to claim incompetent counsel or whatever you call that. Like she can't claim that her
she couldn't come back and file an appeal, ineffective counsel,
ineffective. Thank you. Yes,
based on her own inability to defend herself, because then she could have been setting the court up. So they're like, no, you want to do this on your own. You've got to sign this. You can't come back later. And because ineffective counsel is a real thing on appeal. They can come back and say, well, my former attorneys were not effective counsel. Lori can't do that, but she can on this other stuff.
She can't say I sucked. I was ineffective.
Right. I didn't know what I was doing after all. I was in over my head. I was leaning all sideways from my shocking belt. I had a lot going on, Judge. Sorry. Damn it. That Joe Schmoe guy kept showing up. I don't know who he is or what he's doing here.
He kept making eye contact with me. And I was like,
yeah, I got a feeling he's going to start bugging me soon.
I tried to open a portal.
She's been trying to figure out how to get to you. Like, how do I get to that Joe Schmoe dude? Oh, maybe when she watched that news video, that it actually was a video of them using your clip. And she could see the words clearly. And she'd be like, oh, that's that guy, Joe Schmoe. There you go. There's your door to interview, because she's going to be in love with you at that point.
No, she hopes that I will fall in love with her. That's the thing, and that's not happening.
that you could send her money for her books and wait for that
Exactly.
exoneration.
Yes.
So y'all could, I'd be like, well, what about Chad, Lori? If I was a guy writing Lori letters to Lori, oh my God. So if you're a dude, you know how the prison people do, they get letters all the time. People support them while they're in there financially. All kind of things are happening. It's weird. You ever seen that Life After Lockup show or Love Romance Lockup thingy or whatever it's called? Yeah, I've watched that stuff in the middle of the night going, what in the world? But I was appalled and surprised at the same time, but intrigued. Anyway.
So how do you think family members feel about that? Like about just outside people just like sending these people money when we all know that they're guilty as fuck and that they...
I think at some point family members, I hope at some point they turn that off, because if that person's got to do a 30-year rest of their life sentence, death row, whatever it is, do you want to spend the next 30 to life thinking about that person every day sitting there in prison and what they did? No. You want to close that chapter at some point. So people, can you control it? No. Do you like it? You probably hate it. It's disgusting, right? But are you going to let it consume you? You might think about it when you first realize it's happening and it pisses you right off and you get mad and scream and yell and all the things, which, as you should, release it. And then what do you do at that point? I would hope people know that there's nothing you can do about it, Joe. It's weird though, isn't it? There's people that will literally send these people money for their books, for their commissary, so they can get their stupid root beer candy like Stearns and get their coffee and get their snacks, their hair curlers. We heard on that piece that I played on my live from the county jail that deputy did, that Lori has access to order, and he was specifically talked about Lori. He said, what we didn't understand when we were talking about her hair every day was she was allowed to order curlers as long as it doesn't pose a threat to them, like, metal or anything they could break, things like this. These are plastic curlers, or maybe the little foam ones. I don't know. Maybe it's those little tube thingies. I don't know. But anyway, she had access to curlers at the commissary. Then I thought, well, if she bought curlers at the commissary, who the heck gave her money? Summer? Her mom? Melanie? Who was it? Joe, can you get those records?
I can FOIA them.
Do
But
it.
it
I want to
wasn't me.
know.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I swear to God, it wasn't me. I didn't send her
Oh,
money for colors.
okay, sir, I'm going to need you to produce those records. And I want the raw data records. By God, don't come at me with that report shit.
I'm gonna need you to hire Ray to like transcribe my records, my raw
The
data that I sent
conspiracy
you.
theorist? Okay. Not my words, Judge Hippler's words. Which I thought were a little, ooh, Judge. Ugh, really?
All right,
Little
paragraph
much, but
E. Paragraph E. Judge commenting on the evidence during this defendant's cross-examination showed a lack of impartiality and entitles the defendant to a new trial. All right, quote unquote, a defendant may move for a new trial based on the court's lack of impartiality. All right, that's a general comment. State versus Medina, a 1999 case. While under the law, a trial court is presumed to be impartial. Okay, we all agree on that. I'm free from bias. The defendant can rebut this by the preponderance of evidence. Next paragraph, Rule 15.2b of the Arizona Rule of Criminal Procedure requires a defendant to disclose for each listed defense, other than the defendant, that the defendant intends to call as a witness at trial in support of the defense. 15C1 requires...
I'm sorry, Joe. Oh, that comment was funny by Carla about Lori's hair. I didn't mean to laugh out loud, but it did. That came out.
Oh no. We got to talk about Lori's hair.
She said that for us not to get rid of her dream of how Lori was sleeping next to the jail bars to curl her hair using the jail bars all night. You know, like wrapping her hair around the bars, sleeping down there. That's perfect, Carla. I was like, octopus lady. Huh?
She also had a comment about the stun gun, the rack belt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm just getting caught up on them while you're reading that.
It's so boring. The comments in chat are so much better than my boring reading.
The conversation, you know, if I skim through some of the fluff and just get to the point, like them darn long Koberger ones, some I read because I want to know some of the stuff, but a lot of them I'll just go through. But I like the conversations too, so I love to check in on their their comments, see what they're saying to each other. They have some good side conversations about the cases, right? So
yes,
I always enjoy seeing their comments, but I was just catching up while you were reading.
and you and I have such amazing community, right? Like we have a lot of crossover, and
Oh yeah, I love the community. It's my favorite part. That's why I do this.
exactly.
Otherwise, I'd sit up there and talk to myself. That's whatever. Like, okay,
How much
maybe
fun is
somebody will come listen. I wasn't sure. I had a few people I knew that would, but other than that, I had no clue. But I found my tribe, I think.
Yeah, I'm getting there for sure, and I appreciate everybody who's in chat. Like, y'all are so respectful, and you have such intelligent comments. And even if you disagree, like THX, I appreciate people that come in and disagree.
I don't
Like,
know if it was so much a disagreement, but trying to understand the situation.
right.
And maybe the impact of it. Because it was one of, you know, I'm not going to say I didn't think about it, but I thought about it. That's the thing. And I'm like,
It's
well,
a sticky situation.
the minute
It
we
is a
saw it,
sticky
you and
yeah.
I had a conversation almost immediately. And I said, it doesn't matter because it's on the media. It's going to be out there regardless of what we do. Whatever you chose to do or not to do, that was still going to be out there in the same exact manner. And so, you know, it is what it is. Things happen.
Intention is imperative. It is.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he didn't like I said, it wasn't done with clicks and views in mind and watch me throw a wrench in Lori's case. Let's be for real. We all in these streets, y'all know what I'm talking about. And, you know, just making the big deal about it and making crazy ass videos about it or whatever. It wasn't like that at all. That was never the intention. So
I don't
it's all
even know how
good.
to make crazy ass videos. Like, I don't even know how to do that. I'm
They're
just
fun, but
all
I
right.
haven't done one in a while, but nobody's given me a good enough reason either. But
Rule 15.2b of the Arizona Rule of Criminal Procedure requires a defendant to disclose for each listed defense other than the defendant that the defendant intends to call as a witness at trial in support of the defense. Okay, that's what she did. She provided a list of her potential defense witnesses, which included Nate Eden and Brandon Boudreaux. Rule 15.2c1 requires a defendant to list the name and address of each person other than the defendant. The defendant intends to call as a witness at trial, and any written or recorded statements of the witnesses. There is nothing in Rule 15.2 that requires this defendant to present her defense strategy in order to call witnesses. Okay, well, one of the problems was, if you remember, she didn't have valid addresses and phone numbers of most of the people on her defense list. Like the state was like, we tried to contact these people, and the only person we could contact was Zach, which is Adam's son. Like they interviewed Zach.
didn't she subpoena the wrong people? Or
Yes.
Who did she subpoena by accident? Who was that? At the very end.
There was one in Louisiana, like Lake Charles, Louisiana, that she miss subpoenaed.
Oh wait, no. She tried to subpoena Larry.
Yes. Yeah.
That's Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Yes. And she's like, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
Yeah, because we were all like, "You subpoena Larry?" Like, what? Not Larry. Damn it. And then she's like, "Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that." She knows. I know you knew, Lori. That's why when I heard that she was trying to subpoena him, I'm like, I mean, my head literally turned to the side. And I'm like, what? Say what, lady? You really want to go there and bring Larry up there and go at Larry? Kay was in control of herself. I don't know if Larry could have maintained.
Well, we saw what Jerry did on the after the verdict, right?
Oh yeah.
Jerry,
Okay.
Kay's brother.
Yeah, I broadcast it on the stream.
Yeah.
We were watching it.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, we saw all that, but yeah, Larry, it's a different dynamic, dude. She didn't want to do that. That's why I was shocked when I heard that. And she's like, no. It was, I didn't mean to do that. That was accident. No, Larry.
All right. The Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution provides this defendant the right to subpoena power. Okay. This preclusion of witnesses and requirement of this defendant to inform the state of her defense prior to calling any properly noticed witnesses shows a specific claim of partiality. So she's saying here that she doesn't have to say why she wants to subpoena any of her witnesses, that they're just part of her defense, and her being required to state the relevance is a violation of her constitutional rights. That's basically what she's saying, I think. Second, for the record, established that the court commented while responding to the state's relevant.
Remember, though, she couldn't provide good enough reasons to call her Brandon and Nate to start with.
She couldn't. No.
You can't just call, right. So, and then when you do have a witness, you have to turn those witness lists over, and all that. So there's a whole procedure behind the witnesses. But no, we don't need to know what they're going to get up there and testify to, like word for word. Not yet. Not till they're up there. But no, that's a weak argument there. It's very weak.
Yeah, and I think if I remember right in court, the judge, so Brandon, so I was sitting on the right side of the gallery. The front rows are reserved for the families, so the right side front row is for the families of the victims. The left side front row is the families of the defendant. Nobody was front left behind Lori, but Brandon on day one, I think it was day one, was like right in front of me and maybe to the left or to the right one chair. And the judge said, okay, is there anything for anybody to hear before the jury comes in? And Lori's like, yeah, I object to Brandon being in the courtroom right now for the trial. And the judge is like, all right, what's his relevance as a defense witness? And she just said, well, he may have things that he can testify to in this matter, basically type of thing, like nothing specific, like no specific relevance. And the judge said, okay, let me go talk to him. So they went back to the judge's chambers and they came back and the judge said, he's precluded as a defense witness. So, but without prejudice, which means she could have called him back as a defense witness if she had
He's got
found
to testify to
sufficient
something
ground.
specific, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's got to have some relevance to the current case. Yes.
Yeah, you can't just get him in there and call him up because you feel like it. You have to have a relevance for it, and they have to testify to to specific things. They can't just get up there and you get to ask a bunch of questions.
Right.
She's weak.
Which is what she was trying to do. She's just like, she's trying to get Nate out. She's trying to get Brandon out. And
That's
It
what I
didn't
feel
work.
like. They had nothing else to offer. You know, I mean, I get what she was saying. I understand why she wanted them both out. I covered the trial. So, but this is to me is a weak argument.
Yeah. All right. We're almost done. We're almost to the end of this. Second, for the record, established that the court commented while responding to the state's relevant objection, and that comment showed a specific claim of partiality by casting doubt onto this defendant's credibility on this religious issue, and in general showing that she cannot be trusted. This is worded really weirdly. Like if I'm reading a legal document, this doesn't make sense to me. Like if I'm reading, somebody sent me a text last night at 10 p.m. and says, "Hey, I'm involved in a legal matter and I think this happened," then I'm like, okay, I think I can interpret what you mean. But as far as a legal document, the wording is just so awkward and non-legal. Anyway, the court commenting to a relevancy objection, I guess, to the extent that you are comparing yourself to these biblical figures, I will allow it. Okay, that's the exalted beings in the Bible, in the Book of Mormon, can be seen as injecting his own opinion to this defendant's reliability during her cross-examination. This comment is even more important when taken into consideration that Juror 15 in the Fox News 10 clip, and he did, indicated he ultimately made a decision to vote guilty based on, come on, lady, say based on 2 text messages, including the one describing, "I will be like Nephi," Exhibit 1 at 220 and 402. The court inserted his own improper comment when a simple overruled or sustained was warranted. This in and of itself shows a lack of impartiality and requires a new trial. Conclusion: given the above reasons, the defendant respectfully requests the court grant her motion for a new trial.
Mm-hmm. Well, Lori Vallow, goodness. Well, I don't know what to say. She should be prepping for her next trial. I'll let this sit on the back burner for a minute. You're not going nowhere. Like, seriously, you're not going anywhere. If Jesus exonerates you, that will happen. Oh, my power just clicked out. Oh no, thunder. Oh God, did you guys hear that? Hold on. Some freaky stuff's going down outside of my yard. I think the devil just woke up. Like that was pretty good thunder right there. Like that was good. I saw a lightning bolt right before that out the window, and then yeah, the thunder was right there. So must be raining in my neck of the woods. I wouldn't know.
All right, so we've been going for 4 hours. Let's wrap this up and figure out what's next, right?
Well, keep an eye on her docket. You know, anything that gets filed, that's all you can do at this point with her. And Brandon's will be here before you know it, right?
It will.
In the meantime, I'm covering Karen Reed, and before I know it, Idaho 4 will be here at trial. If Ann doesn't try to push it back, that's what, it's going to be. It's a crazy year. There's a lot of trials that were happening this year. And Lori, 2? Who else has 2 in 1 year? Lori does. It's insane, right? That it even got to that level with this lady. Goodness, y'all. She's definitely one for the books. And I've noticed a couple of the chatters in the community will talk about, and I've had the same thought. Do we label her a serial killer now? Does it matter? Your relationship to the victims, does that matter? Is it the body count that matters? Lori Vallow is a serial killer, in my opinion. Just a different brand of serial killer, right? They're all different. All right, guys, it looks like we may have lost Joe. I'm not sure what happened to him. But I'm gonna go ride this storm out, see what happens. I guess I'll wait and see if he comes back. There he is.
I'm back.
Okay.
Little
I
emergency
wouldn't want to leave everybody
situation.
hanging. Okay.
We dealt with it. Thank you so much. Thank you, mods. Thank you for chat, for being so respectful and awesome. Appreciate you. Everybody that came in salty, thank you for hanging with me.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, chat. Everybody have a great evening.
Good night, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning. Hope you got your cup of joe and filled up your morning with good things to know. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for saying hi. Together we make a difference. Be sure to come back by. Good morning, good morning. Thanks for saying hi. Together we make a difference. Be sure to come back by. Good morning. Hope you got your cup of joe and filled up your morning.